Good morning, all. It looks like we have a quorum here, and I believe we're all ready to get started. It's 10:06, so if I could have Ms. Chiquetti please call the roll.
Chairman Vasquez.
Present.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Here.
Member Gaines.
Here.
Member Schaefer.
Here.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Present.
So we do have a full body here. With that, let me call the meeting to order, and we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. If I can get everybody to please stand, those that can. Right hand over your heart.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With that, Ms. Chiquetti, if you would please call our first item of business.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Our first order of business is an informational announcement. First, I'd like to remind the audience to silence your cell phones and any other wireless devices. Public comment is taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment during the matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instruction of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line prior to the beginning of the agenda item you wish to make a comment. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. The order that the board identifies public comments at the conclusion of each agenda item is as follows. I will first identify any public comment requests that have been received by the board proceeding staff in the auditorium. Then I will identify any public comments with the AT&T moderator. And lastly, we will read into the record any public comments received in writing in advance of today's meeting. This concludes the informational announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, members, I'd like to open up our meeting today in recognition of Black History Month, which would acknowledge the Black Americans' important role in our shared history and their accomplishments and contributions in every area of our endeavors. This month, we celebrate ongoing efforts of Black Americans who have contributing to more fair and inclusive society that realizes its full promise for all. And I know we had some opening remarks on it at our last meeting, but I just wanted to, since we're coming to the end of Black History Month in February, I wanted to also just acknowledge that and bring it to everybody's attention, especially for the viewing audience. And with that, let me open it up and see. I think there is some comments from some of our members. We have our Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman, for recognizing Black History Month. Throughout the month of February, millions of Californians have the opportunity to gather and celebrate Black History Month. The rich history of Black Americans extends far beyond the traditional month of February. Year-round, we acknowledge and celebrate the contributions of the African American culture and traditions, which helps paint a fuller picture of the history of our nation. This year's theme, Black Resistance, highlights the profound legacy of many African American heroes who rose up against discrimination, violence, and oppression. We honor their sacrifice, bravery, and strength to overcome many obstacles. However, the work for a more equal and just society is not done. The pursuit for equal opportunity, fair housing, equitable education, impartial mortgage lending, greater political representation, and so much more is ever present. The will and determination of Black Americans to continue to make a way not only for themselves, but also for the millions of women, refugees, immigrants, and other historically marginalized communities to believe in their right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, ideals that remain at the core of American democracy. With the tragic death of Tyree Nichols still heavy in our hearts and minds, there remains plenty of work to continue to addressing systematic racism head-on and protecting the rights and safety of Black Americans. I stand with the Comptroller in continuing to fight to break down the barriers to equality, equity, and justice for all. In the midst of struggle, there lies an opportunity to create the type of impactful and positive change that will last forever. This year, on what would have been Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s 94th birthday, I end with his infamous quote, "Change does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability, but comes through continuous struggle." Thank you.
Thank you for those opening remarks. Is there any other member that wants to chime in? Seeing and hearing. Oh, yes. Ms. Liebert, Member Liebert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I very much appreciate the remarks that have been made. I think that our U.S. history would not be the same without recognizing our Black history as an essential part of it. And it's a history that is still being written. And there are so many people who make up the promise of California who are a part of writing that history. And so I look forward to their contributions ongoing as part of our state.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lieber. And you're so correct and so on point, because now I believe it is last session, the legislator finally is going to require ethnic studies in our schools, in our public schools. So like you mentioned, I mean, I'm learning so much more about Black history that was never taught when I was going to school. And we're learning more and more, not only about their contributions, but how it impacted our lives and our own history. So looking forward to that. Yes, Member Schaefer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, history's being made. Recently, lots of Black progress. We've had our first Black woman ever appointed to the Supreme Court of the United States, who's doing a fine job. We have our governor vowing to appoint a Black woman to the U.S. Senate if a vacancy should come up. I'm an ex-prosecuting attorney, and I'm always in support of whatever the police are doing, but I frankly am pleased to see rogue policemen being prosecuted and held accountable for misconduct. I think that elevates the quality of all law enforcement. And I was surprised to find that we still had a lot of racism in our country until I saw the movie The Green Book, which came out about 1918, about the difficulty that Black people had staying in hotels and motels around the country. That was part of our life in the 1960s. And I'm very proud to say that when I was in the hotel business, Chamber of Commerce told me they had 20 Black musicians coming to Catalina Island, and none of the hotels there, owned by a certain one owner, had any rooms to rent at all. And I gave them 20 rooms at rack rates of $20, $30, and made them very happy. And I found out it was Count Basie and his orchestra that were coming to town. So I'm very proud to have been part of participating in the wonderful progress being made back then and today. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I see no other hands. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call our first item.
Okay, good morning. First item on our agenda is item C, public hearing. Item C1, property taxes, state assessees presentations on capitalization rates and other factors affecting value. C1A, state assessees and/or representatives presentations on capitalization rates and other factors and procedures affecting fiscal year 2023-24 property values of California, public utilities, railroads, and pipelines. This matter will be introduced by Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. I am here to introduce the state assessees' presentations on capitalization rates and other factors affecting value. Under Property Tax Rule 903, the board provides state assessees with the opportunity to make public informational presentations regarding the valuation of their unitary property. These presentations are informational and do not require any board action. I am not aware of any state assessees that are planning on making a presentation today. However, I will note that the State Assessed Properties Division staff have met with state assessees already this year to discuss matters relating to the upcoming valuation season, and we have additional meetings scheduled this month. We will also continue to make ourselves available to any state assessee that would like to meet with us. That concludes my presentation for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. Seeing no hands. Ms. Cicchetti, do we have any written comments?
We have no written comments, and no one has said that they wanted to make a presentation within the auditorium. Let me go out to the AT&T moderator.
Thank you.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment on this item.
Ladies and gentlemen on the phones, to make a comment on this item, please press 1 then 0 on your phone's keypad at this time. An operator will gather your name and place you in queue and wait for your name to be called to give you your comment. Once again, to queue up for comments, press 1 0, please. Madam Chair, we have no commenters queuing up.
Thank you. Members, unless I see no questions or comments, and like Mr. McCool mentioned, no action is required in motion. So with that, we will move on. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call the next item.
The next item is C1B, private railroad car assessees and other representatives' presentations on factors and procedures affecting fiscal year 2023-24 taxable values of private railroad cars. This item will be introduced by Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board, today's agenda also provides private railroad car taxpayers an opportunity to make public presentations to the board on factors affecting the taxable values of private railroad cars. I am not aware of any private railroad car assessees that are making presentations today. However, their annual property statements are due on April 30th, and staff will continue to make themselves available should any assessees wish to discuss any matters. Thank you.
I'd like to.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. It looks like we have a couple hands here, so let me start with Member Gaines, and then we'll go with Member Schaefer.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Mr. McCool, for bringing this issue up on the agenda. And I was wondering if maybe you could just briefly give an overview in terms of how valuation is determined on railroad cars. You've mentioned, it's number of days that the car is in the state of California. And so I just thought for the benefit of the public, that would be helpful.
Sure. For our private railroad car tax, it is essentially a tax on freight cars that are physically present in the state of California. So we have voluminous reports of each rail car, which each rail car has a unique rail car number, and those cars are tracked on the number of days they are physically present in California. We also receive reports from our assessees and the annual filing due date of April 30th that describe, how old each car is, what type of car it is. So for the evaluation of private railroad cars, it is much more formulaic laid out in statute than, for example, our state assessed property valuations are. So it is basically the reporting filed by the assessees for the cost of each rail car, depreciated, and then the factor of how many equivalent car days present in the state of California. So there's much less of a appraisal judgment in our private railroad car assessments compared to our state assessed assessments.
Great, thank you. Is there any correlation between the number of days and number of railroad cars in the state of California to economic growth? Or I'm just curious as to if there's more material being moved, is there any correlation to what's happening in the economy?
I would say certainly there is. The stronger the economy is, typically the more goods that are shipped across the country, and we will see the number of car days increase on our roll. As part of our annual recommendation to the board for the private railroad car tax, one of the items we do present is the number of equivalent car days. And we have seen, for example, most recently during the COVID-19 pandemic, we did see a drop in the number of car days, which reflects the fact that there was a shutdown in the economy for a period. And we did see a little bit of a rebound last year.
Okay.
And it'll be interesting to see, but I would expect we'd see even a little bit more of an increase again this year.
Wonderful, thank you.
Of course.
Great.
Member Schaefer.
Yes, Mr. McCool, you mentioned it's primarily freight cars that we tax. When I think of railroads, I think of passenger vehicles, which I ride in, and private railroad cars that some wealthy investors own. Is it 90% freight or more than that? And I'd also like you another question. How many freight cars do you think get hooked together at one time? I've seen dozens. You know, you wonder, could you have 50 or 100? I mean, sometimes you have to wait a half hour, you know, at a road opening.
Yeah. So just to create a distinction, for some of our larger railroad state assessees, such as Union Pacific and BNSF Railway, those railroad-owned rail cars are part of our state assessment. So for the private railroad car tax, those cars have already been captured in our unitary assessment. So we're talking about private railroad cars as far as freight cars go. Yes, it's 99.9% are related to some sort of freight operation. Whether the private passenger cars, there's very, very few of those, and I don't know that we have any of those in our private railroad car assessment. I'm not aware of any of those that are currently in our assessment.
Do you know how many cars can hook up at one time?
It seems limitless sometimes,
Yeah.
but I do not have an exact number
All
now.
right, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. I just had one quick question, and it's more of a comment, Mr. McCool. First of all, I know you mentioned that you work with the assessees throughout the year to give them plenty of opportunities to meet with your team, or they have any concerns or questions. And I just want to commend you and your team for doing that. I think it really shows the fact that you do your due diligence on this. And the only thing I was wondering is that I know the internet now, in some ways, you know, is it helps in terms of making contact with a lot of the individuals. And I was wondering, on our website, do we leave a place for comment or concerns without waiting for, you know, so they don't have to wait until like February or April to reach out?
The property tax department does have a direct email address.
Oh, yeah.
So it would be a general department-wide inbox that there's a handful of our staff who are responsible for responding, or better yet, routing the emails to the appropriate person based on the topic. So we do have that for the public to utilize. And I would say specifically for the State Assessed Properties Division, we do publish an annual newsletter that is sent to our state assessees and is also on our website, and that does have a page of listing for key personnel by topic,
Thank you.
of course.
Seeing no other hands or comments, there's no motion required on this, it's just an information item.
Information only.
So I will turn it back over to Ms. Chigetti if you have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McCool. To accommodate our speaker from the Governor's Budget Office, can we skip to another item here so we could take them
Sure.
out of order? Is that okay?
Not a problem. Do we know what time they're going to reach us?
They're already here,
Okay.
yeah, so we'll have.
Oh,
we'll
here she is,
begin.
okay.
We'll begin.
We'll begin.
This item is K1, Executive Director's Report. K1C is this item. Overview of a governor's proposed budget, overview of the governor's 2023-24 budget. As this item is presented by Ms. Stowers, but she is doing an introduction.
Good morning, members. Yvette Stowers, your Executive Director. I'm so pleased to introduce Ms. Erica Lee from the Department of Finance, the Deputy Director for Budgets. She is going to give you guys a more overview of the governor's proposed budget for 23-24. As you know, I provided you with a high level last month, and the Controller's Office, under Mr. Imran's leadership, was able to secure Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee?
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Vasquez, Vice Chair Lieber, and honorable members of the board. Erica Lee with the Department of Finance, and thank you very much for the invitation to come and present the governor's budget to this body. California enters 2023 in a very different economic and fiscal landscape than the previous 2 years. The last two budgets included surpluses of about $100 billion each. This year, we're looking at revenue decreases of about 29.5 billion, and after transfers and adjustments, we're facing a $22.5 billion budget deficit. This is, the governor's budget is a $297 billion all funds expenditure plan, of which $223.6 billion is general fund. So still very big, but in comparison to where we thought we would be at the 2022 budget, we are looking at a $22.5 billion budget deficit. Now, California is used to the ups and downs caused by our progressive tax system, which has a reliance on the personal income taxes of high-income tax earners, as well as capital gains revenues. So not surprisingly, most of the downward revision that we are seeing, we are forecasting in the governor's budget, again, compared to the Budget Act, is due to about $25 billion in reduced personal income taxes. While we are up against declining revenues, this is really more of a moderation. If you look back a couple of years, we are trending to where we would be. But because the last few years have been, we've seen such significant revenue increases, this does feel quite painful. Despite our revenue decline or decreases, we are actually better positioned now than we have ever been to handle a slowdown, and this is largely due to Proposition 2, which the voters passed in 2014. California now annually must set aside 1.5% of general fund revenues and transfers, as well as all capital gain revenues in excess of 8% of general fund tax proceeds. So this goes into our rainy day fund. Additionally, we have been building in budget resilience over the past several budgets. We've built strong reserves. As mentioned, we made supplemental deposits in both the rainy day fund as well as our safety net reserve fund. We've included inflationary adjustments in the out years to hold funds in case of cost increases. We've paid cash to reduce our long-term liabilities on capital projects. And very importantly, we allocated the revenue surplus that I mentioned earlier, those discretionary funds on one-time expenditures versus ongoing, knowing that they were only one-time forecasted funds coming in. So all of these measures are really important to have included in our budget because they help mitigate the need for cuts now, and particularly to our health and safety net programs, which were frankly devastated during the Great Recession. And they also help protect some of the investments that we've made over the past several budgets. So how do we solve for the $22.5 billion budget deficit? Let me just walk you through some of the buckets that are laid out in the governor's budget. The largest is funding delays. So we have about $7.4 billion worth of delays. And what this means is that we continue to prioritize these proposals or these programs, but they may start a year later, or they may take longer to implement so that we can save some of those dollars in the budget year. And it essentially means that all the funds that we allocated for these programs remain intact. They're just spent over a different number of years. The second bucket is reductions or pullbacks equaling 5.7 billion. And the two significant items that I want to point out here are $3 billion of an inflationary adjustment that we put into next year's, the budget year. We're pulling $3 billion back. And then the second one is it's $750 million. It was a payment towards the UI trust fund debt that we have. So those are the two biggest ones in the reduction and pullback bucket. The third bucket is fund shifts. And essentially what we have been doing is, in last year's budget, as I mentioned earlier, paying cash versus taking out bonds or accruing debt. Well, we're now reversing that and going back to debt, particularly I'll point out that CSU capital projects, we're now proposing, rather than paying cash up front, that they would issue CSU issued debt. We're also shifting certain zero-emission vehicle commitments from the general fund to the greenhouse gas reduction fund. That's about $1.4 billion. The fourth bucket is what we call trigger reductions, and these are indeed cuts. These are reductions, about $3.9 billion. And this is put in a trigger, so I'll explain what is in the trigger and then what the trigger is. Largely, the big numbers are under climate and transportation. We have $3.1 billion in trigger cuts. We have about $600 million in housing, another $100 million for parks, and $55 million in workforce training. And how the trigger works is these are essentially cuts that will happen July 1, but this time next year at the governor's budget, if revenues are coming in strong, meaning that we can fund our base programs as well as these programs, then they will trigger off. So those cuts will trigger off. And that's $3.9 billion. And our last bucket is what we call limited borrowing and revenue generation. The two that I'd like to point out, the two biggest portions of this bucket are about $850 million in general fund loans from special funds. And then we are proposing a renewal of the managed care organization tax, or the MCO tax. So while we have used many of the budget resilience measures to reduce the overall need for reductions in the governor's budget, we are actually not proposing pulling from the reserves at this point. So the governor's budget solves for the $22.5 billion deficit without pulling from the reserves. And I just want to point out two things. One is we want to retain flexibility. So if things continue to get worse in terms of revenues over the spring, then we may propose dipping into the reserves as part of the May revision. And at this point, things are not looking great, that they're trending downward. We had the finance budget bulletin, which comes out monthly and assesses the cash coming into the state. And right now, we're about $2 billion short in January based on what we thought we would be at the governor's budget. And so things are already trending worse than what we proposed in the governor's budget. So we'll see what the rest of the spring looks like, and potentially we may have to dip into the reserves. And what are the reserves? The total reserves at this point are about $35.6 billion, of which the rainy day fund makes up the largest portion, $22.4 billion. And that's the fund I mentioned earlier, where we're mandated to put in a certain amount annually. $8.5 billion is for the public school reserve. So they have their own, basically, safety net as well, so that can protect the schools. We have $900 million in the safety net reserve, and then $3.8 billion in what we call the special fund for economic uncertainties, and that's basically like our checking book, and that's the fund that we need sort of on a day-to-day basis as things come up that are sort of not planned. So to continue, we did not pull from the reserves, but we are actually not forecasting a recession come this spring. And, generally we don't forecast recessions, but obviously we looked at the economic indicators, and we believe that there are risks on the horizon, but at this point we are not forecasting an forecasting a recession. But we are looking at inflation, the rate of inflation. We're also looking at further tightening of monetary policy through the Federal Reserve to see how those are trending. Potentially, if we do hit a recession, and this is just, it's important for us to note, it's also in our budget summary pages, is that even a mild recession could lead to another $20 to $40 billion in general fund hit to revenues. If it's more moderate to severe, it could be over $60 billion. So we're obviously not seeing that right now, but should there be some downward trend with the stock market, further increases in inflation, other economic indicators, the recession could be quite significant. But we are protecting a lot of things in this budget. As I said, we built in budget resilience so that we didn't have to make significant cuts. And I'll just go through some of these important priorities of both the governor as well as the legislature. In education, Prop 98 funding actually has seen very little hit. I would say that 1.5 billion less than what we were forecasting at the 22 Budget Act. And of note, the per pupil spending, general fund per pupil spending is over 17,500 per pupil. That's the highest ever, general fund. If you include all funds, it's over 23,000 per pupil. So education through the guarantee is largely spared. But in addition, we continue to protect the universal TK program that's being implemented for all 4-year-olds, universal school meals. We've provided a statutory COLA of 8.13%. We have included an equity multiplier to support our highest needs schools and our highest needs students. We continue to make investments for arts and cultural enrichment for the elementary levels. In higher education, we maintain the higher education compacts with the UCs and the CSU, as well as a roadmap with the CCC, and that means a 5% base increase for the UC and the CSU systems. We further support financial aid programs to bring down the cost of higher education for our California students. In Health and Human Services, we continue to go full steam ahead with healthcare access for all, despite immigration status. We continue to support CalAIM with over $10 billion when it's fully implemented. CalAIM is kind of a reform of our Medi-Cal system. We support behavioral health continuum with over $8 billion in total investments over multiple years. We maintain the public health infrastructure investments that we've made through COVID and beyond. And we continue to support grants through the SSI, SSP, and CalWORKS programs. In regards to public safety, the governor's budget continues to create safer communities by supporting all the policing, task force, retail theft, organized retail theft task forces, and to reduce crime. And for homelessness and housing, we've maintained investments, all the investments we've made in homelessness, so there are no reductions in homelessness. And we continue to provide funding and technical assistance to support local entities to build their fair share of housing, including affordable units. For climate, and a lot of the one-time funding went to climate. Over $54 billion over the last 2 years was invested or committed to climate. Because we're seeing a reduction in revenues coming in, we have reduced that to $48 billion in this governor's budget. So they are taking a bit of a cut there. Important to note is we made the decision for certain cuts based on potential for backfill. And at the federal level, we have the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, as well as the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which will provide billions and billions of more dollars to California, obviously to all states. But to this point, California has been committed $48 billion through both of those programs. And we expect to receive likely tens of billions of dollars more. And so where some of those cuts were made in climate and in transportation, it's important to know that we hope to, and we will, aggressively pursue those federal funds. So in conclusion, despite a significant turn in our revenues, this budget is, I think we're all proud to say, protects a lot of the programs that were very important for both the administration and the legislature over the past 2 years. And this is in no small part due to some of the hard decisions we've had to make to build in budget resiliency for Proposition 2, to sock away funds, for basically a rainy day. And the rainy day may be coming. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I know we have several questions, but just for kind of like the viewing audience here, when you look at the whole pie, where does most of our revenue come into our budget for the state of California?
Most of our revenue is coming in through personal income tax. So we have the top 3, personal income tax, and we have corporate tax, and then sales and use tax, but largely PIT. And I would say PIT Personal income tax.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. Trying
These
not to use
acronyms are-
budget
yeah.
jargon.
Okay.
And another important point is that the top 1% of our income earners bring in about 50% of our personal income tax. So I think that's important to note. We're seeing a lot of layoffs at tech companies and higher income positions, and so obviously that's a worry as we look at revenues, what's happening with the labor market and how does that impact our revenue coming into the state.
Because that's a big question I always get, back in my district. And obviously, last couple of years have been really, the 1% has been doing very well. So obviously, we had this huge surplus. And then now you're saying, obviously, many of them are taking the hits, and some are, some of these tech companies have left as well.
Right, and also I would add that the federal government provided significant surplus over the past, I think there were 6 surplus bills or acts that were signed, and so you see the influx of the high income earners, as well as the significant stimulus coming in from the feds, and of course capital gains. So when you have high income earners, and during the pandemic, there weren't a lot of places to park money outside of the stock market, and capital gains skyrocketed. So we're seeing a moderation of that now.
I have a couple more questions, but I see a lot of hands. Let me start with my Vice Chair, Ms. Lieber first.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for coming and giving us this briefing. It's very helpful to have ourselves grounded in the knowledge about what's going on in terms of our money overall. And I do think that we're going to face more difficult days ahead here. So I had a question in terms of the trigger cuts. You mentioned that there was some housing spending that would be included in the trigger cuts. And can you say more about that?
Sure. So we have $50 million in ADU program, 200 in Dream for All program, and and the remainder in Cal Home. And so the decision to make those cuts was basically this, and those programs are supportive of home ownership. Of course, we're supportive of home ownership, but during this time with soaring interest rates, the plan was to maintain the investments in programs that actually built units versus home ownership. So that's the rationale for those cuts.
Okay, so you mentioned also the homelessness and housing programs separately from this. So spending on things like Home Key would still be protected under
Yes,
the
there's
proposed-
no cuts to Home Key. There are actually no cuts at all to the homelessness programs, of which we spent over $17 billion over the last 2 years. So if you think about the overall package, the cuts, we tried to be very targeted and look at home ownership again versus unit production.
Thank you. And then I had a question. You talked towards the beginning of your presentation about UI potentially being exposed to some cuts. Can you talk more about that?
Sure, and not the UI program itself, but in last year's budget, $1 billion was included to help pay off the UI trust fund balance. And so we currently have about $18 billion at the federal trust fund. We have a negative, basically, and we propose to pay off $1 billion of that, a small amount, but something to help reduce to chip away at that balance. At this point, it's one of the proposals because it's large and helps mitigate, again, cuts elsewhere. And it is something that has come up quite often in my conversations with members of the legislature and others. I think, I would just say that a lot of, this is the beginning of a conversation. The governor's budget is always the beginning of a conversation. And as we hear more and we go through the spring process, we will have a shared prioritized budget at the end. This is one issue that has constantly come up. But the one thing I would note is the way the federal unemployment tax Act works is that if any state has a negative balance over a certain period of time, the credit that they offer employers is reduced. And so unless the balance is zero, the credit, whether it's 18 billion, 10 billion, 2 billion, the credit continues to be reduced. And so the value of the 750 million in terms of the credit, we had to weigh that with cuts to other programs.
Right. Yeah, and as much as our mission here is to look at property taxes and other taxes across the 58 counties, as we're out in our communities, and we each have very large districts, 10.7 million people, folks look at you, oh, you're a person from the state. And I know that in the last several years with some of the downturns that we experienced, the UI system went through a real stress test, and people were very reasonable in their nervousness about when it was going to function again. So that's something that's good information for us each to have to be able to convey to folks. So thank you so much for that.
Yes, and I would just add that we continue to support the transformation of the EDD department as well as their system. They have a modernization benefit system that they're working on that is both IT and process oriented, that in the end will take multiple years and cost likely hundreds of millions of dollars. But the value obviously to Californians is vast, and this is a combination of 3 systems that they're rolling into one, and they're improving processes. And so just that is maintained in the budget, and I think that's just important to note as well.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, for that very important and comprehensive presentation. I also want to thank Director Stevenshaw for coordinating this, and of course our Executive Director, Stowers. To bring one of the heads of the Department of Finance is a big deal. I also want to thank the Governor for his continued leadership in these often difficult and unprecedented times. Like mentioned by my fellow board members, the Board of Equalization continues their hard work in an $85 billion property tax system, the second largest revenue stream here in California, ensures that our local schools and governments receive the critical funding that is needed. I wanted to start off with a question specifically on the only tax credit discussed in the budget, the film tax credit, in one of California's most prestigious and iconic industries. I believe that it's imperative that Californians have an opportunity to be part of this industry. And I was just wondering what the details were. I understand that the governor is requesting a 5-year extension to make the tax credit refundable. And can you speak to the governor's continued commitment to this program and what the measurements of workforce diversity and equity are surrounding the film tax credit?
Sure, thank you for that question. Yes, the proposal is that when the current film tax credit, let's call it 3 because it's the third, ends in 24-25, the proposal would extend, create 4.0, basically, the film tax credit 4.0 for an additional 5 years, $330 million annually. And the details are obviously still being worked out. We have a trailer bill and have been working with stakeholders as well as including members and representatives of industry to work on just what you mentioned, equity, and making sure that those production companies that are supporting greater equity could potentially receive, bonus points for credits, let's say. That's still being worked out, and I think the new thing is the proposal for refundability. So if an entity couldn't use those tax credits in a given year, it could roll over to the next year, which is in response to some of what we've heard industry saying was a barrier for some smaller production companies to come in because they couldn't benefit from the value of a credit in a given year. So more to come on that, I'd say.
Thank you. Looking forward to that. I wanted to turn my focus to education. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Film tax credit. When you say refundability, is that just limited to income tax, or does it also include sales and use tax?
It's the refundability of the use of that particular credit.
Okay, so no matter what. So, because I've worked with them for a while, and The small ones generally do not have an income tax liability, but they could benefit from not having to pay the sales and use tax.
Yeah, and again, more conversations are being had so that more companies can benefit.
Thank you, Executive Director. So I want to turn my focus to education. I'm a former school teacher, and I want to start off by thanking the governor for protecting classroom funding and championing early childhood education as California seeks to close the achievement gap and improve math and reading proficiencies across the state. You've mentioned it in your remarks. I just wanted you to kind of expand on the Universal Transitional Kindergarten, TK, and if this rollout is still planned for 2025.
Yes, so the Universal TK was always going to be a multi-year implementation, and there are no changes to the program. It still will be implemented by 25, and along with additional funding for school districts to accept more students as they roll through the months, additional funds for adults in the classroom are also included in this budget, as planned, so no cuts.
Thank you. Is there like some type of study or data looking into making TK a full day instead of half day?
There are definitely conversations around a full-day TK versus a half-day for many reasons, for the benefit of the students, benefit of families, working families, opportunities. So that those conversations continue.
Yeah, just for working families to be able to take advantage of that, single parent versus two-parent households, I think is really important, so I want to thank the governor for that too. And lastly, I just have some comments on the universal school meals. For any and all school children, I understand that they have a guaranteed 2 free hot meals a day, no questions asked. That's incredible and remarkable for California's 6 million school children when it comes to health, nutrition, and food security, and to my understanding, a first of its kind in the nation. So great work, and my hat's off to you. Thank you again, Ms. Lee.
Thank you.
Yes, Member Gaines.
Great, thank you very much, Ms. Lee, for your presentation. I really appreciate it. And you went into a lot of detail, and I just wanted to ask a couple of questions to help clarify in my mind what's happening. In reference to the gas tax, I wanted to just clarify in my mind, is that being protected in terms of that money being used for road maintenance, or has money been pulled away from that?
And you're specifically to SB1 funds?
Yes.
There are some funding swaps. So some of the general fund that was for active transportation, for example, that was general fund, about $200 million will now be, we're proposing the state highway account funds would be used in its stead. That's one example, I think, of potentially two, totaling about maybe $300 million. I'd have to get back to you on the exact
Okay,
number
but
of that.
that money's still being expended?
Yes.
Or, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Because I've seen gas tax money reallocated through the legislature when I served there. There have been assurances that that would not happen with SB1. So just trying to make sure that it's actually being implemented the way it was at least discussed and proposed.
Yeah, that is the only fund transfer in the governor's budget that's being proposed, and it's being used on active transportation.
Okay, all right, very well, thank you. And then in reference to EDD, we had a huge fraud issue there. Based on what our state auditor said, it looked like upwards of $30 billion. And you mentioned that measures are being taken to change the computer system.
Yes, and the large amount of fraud was found to be in the federal PUA, which is the Pandemic Unemployment Act, and it is not on the backs of California employers. This is that was fraud that the federal government will end up paying for, in part because of the way in which that program was rolled out during the pandemic to get funds quickly to people, and there wasn't the requirement of all the front end identity checks that are present in the existing unemployment insurance program. And so the fraud that you've mentioned, again, I just want to note, because I think it's really important, that the Californians are not paying for that. That is not part of the 18 billion UI trust fund balance I mentioned earlier.
Right.
Also of note, part of the EDD funding that was included in last year's budget that is maintained in this year's budget is 85 million towards fraud prevention and mitigation.
Okay.
To address some, exactly as you said, some of the fraud of the existing state program.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear about employers not being saddled with that. I worry about us as taxpayers in general, because it's the feds that are now picking that up. But that is good in terms of employers. You had also mentioned that in terms of climate, $54 billion had been spent in the last 2 budget years. Is that accurate?
54 billion was allocated over multiple years.
Okay.
And because we don't have the 54 billion, we are bringing that down to 48 billion in the
Okay.
governor's budget. And again,
Okay.
these are monies to be spent. Some of them are being expended in the current year, but a lot of it was over multiple years, up to 5 years.
Okay, very well, thank you. And then in terms of the rainy day fund, you said there was a $7 billion, I call it an augmentation, but it reduced the deficit from 29.5 to 22.5. Did that money come from the rainy day fund?
No, sorry, the decrease in revenues total about 29.5 billion, but after adjustments and other technical
Okay.
changes from year to year, the actual deficit that we have to solve for is 22.5 billion.
Okay.
So we have not touched the rainy day fund at all.
Good, that's good news. And can you tell me how much is in that rainy day fund? Roughly?
22.4.
Oh, okay. All right, that's wonderful, great. And then just in general, we've seen our population decline for the last 2 years in a row here in the state of California. My concern is that we have people of means that are moving out of the state and therefore not paying taxes anymore, and then also businesses that have had an impact here in the state. Is anything being done to rectify that? My concern is that we become a bifurcated society of folks that are really well off and those who are very poor and who need services. And our revenue in the long term then declines, the middle class shrinks. Is there any discussion or concern or programs or anything that's being done on that front?
Sure, and there is definitely an awareness that over the past several years, the inward migration has been reduced when compared to outward migration, and add to that, unfortunately, COVID-related deaths.
Yeah.
And more global, well, not globally, nationally, a reduction in immigration, both under previous administration, but also as a result of COVID and borders closing. So I think California is really seeing the impacts of that sort of lack of migration, and we do hear often in the news about companies and people leaving, and I would also just say that there are companies coming and there are companies being created in the state that don't often get the same press as those that are leaving, but the awareness that these numbers are trending down, we're acutely aware.
Yeah.
And a couple things that I would highlight are, over the past couple of years, when we have had surplus, we have tried to provide further supports to businesses, such as grants and more tax credits, and to incent more businesses to basically compete in California. We have the Cal Competes grants, we have the Cal Competes credits, and trying to make a more friendly and encouraging environment for businesses. So I think that's one thing, understanding that small business is really the economic engine of the economy and wanting to support them. So there are definitely programs that we've implemented, both adding to old programs as well as creating new programs to incent businesses to come and businesses to stay. One being the film tax credit. That's something that as we continue, we do want California, Hollywood, anywhere across the state to remain the number one place for production to occur. And so I think there are measures that we are attempting to take through the budget as well as investments in, Visit California, having more people come, love it, and stay. But obviously, we have housing affordability issues, and so trying to address that issue as well as the cost of food and other things that, are going up across the country, but notably in California. So attempting to address some of the problems that we see to reduce the affordability problem.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Member Schaefer.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Yim, we are all speaking up for taxpayers, and the fact that our property taxes are less than our income taxes shows that maybe we're doing a pretty good job in keeping property taxes down. You mentioned Hollywood. I've been on Criminal Minds TV show, and I've been to a couple movies as an extra, and I know that there's a lot of competitive. I think Georgia and some other states are spending tons of money to steal the production of films from California, and I think they've been pretty good at it. So California is not the state for making movies, but it's up there, and I so support California continuing to have some dominance in the filmmaking business. There are 8 states that have no income tax, no personal tax whatsoever. That's Nevada, Texas, Alaska, Florida, South Dakota, Tennessee, Washington, and Wyoming. It hasn't always been that income tax has been the majority of revenue for our state. Do you know when that happened? When did property taxes stop being 51%?
I don't know when that switch occurred. I know, as I mentioned earlier, the top 3 are the personal income tax, corporate tax, and sales and use tax. But I've just been handed a note here that it was 1935 to 37. So,
Yeah, well, I didn't come along till 1938, so I missed all that. Thank you very much.
thank you.
No wonder you didn't know. No, thank you, Ms. Lai, for your presentation, and also wanted to also chime in and thank the governor. As a former educator, I didn't realize we had others on the dais as well, that he's protecting education. I think that's so key. And then housing. I noticed you mentioned that, he's trying to bring down the cost because, that's these nonprofits, when you talk to them, that's the number one thing. It's so expensive to build a true affordable unit. And I know land cost is a big part of it, especially in some of our urban areas that are very pricey. So that's always the challenge. And it sounds like he's working with many of the entities and the partners to partnership with them in leveraging our dollars, not only with the state, but the federal, but then the local
Right.
municipalities to make that happen. So I just wanted to send that out to the governor and thank him for that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Ms. Cicchetti, what's the next item?
Go back to the top of the agenda where we were.
Okay.
Back to item E, tax programs, non-appearance matters adjudicatory. Item E3, legal appeals, property tax matters, Section 40 decisions. E3A, Southern California Edison Company, 0148 SAU 22-006. This matter will be presented remotely by Ms. Yim.
Welcome. I see
Morning.
you on the screen.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members of the board. I'm Sonia Yim, the appeals attorney for this case. As you'll recall, Southern California Edison Company's 2022 appeal was decided by the board in December 2022. This decision was final at the time it was made by the board. However, as the amount in controversy exceeded $500,000 in tax, the board is required under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 40 to adopt and publish a written decision to the board's website within 120 days of the original decision. This allows for transparency and memorialization of the board's decision. A draft non-precedential written decision has been submitted for your consideration. I recommend that the board adopt this written decision to fulfill the board's obligations under Section 40. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yim. I was just wondering, especially for the new members here, if you could, because I know you spent a lot of time to make sure this happened in a timely manner, if you can kind of walk us through in that summary and present, the process and the rights that they have for their appeals as well, just to kind of bring our new members up to speed as well.
Generally, the state, as Mr. McCool has presented earlier, the State Assessed Properties Division appraises each state assessed assessee, and they have the right to appeal. The appeals are heard in November and December, and the board came to a final decision. The board comes to a final decision during that time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from anybody? Seeing none?
Do you have,
Oh, did I hear somebody? No? Okay. Members, would anyone would like to make a motion on this item?
Did we get our public comment?
Well, we'll do it before we take a vote.
Okay.
Does it matter, Mr. Chickadee, if we do the motion first or after?
It doesn't matter. We could do either one.
Okay. What's your preference?
Be happy to move the adoption of these two items.
We're
We got a
taking
second?
them
Okay.
separately. We're going to take these items separate because they're two different cases.
Okay, I'll move the adoption of the recommendation on item 3A.
I'll second that. Do we don't have any written comments on
I was
this?
just going to say, we have no written comments received, and there's no one in the audience who wanted to make a presentation. Let me go to the AT&T moderator.
Thank you.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item.
if you have a comment, please press 1, then 0. And there are no comments at this time.
Okay, then, seeing no other comments or questions, Mr. Chickadee, will you please call the roll on the first motion?
Okay. Member Lieber presented a motion to adopt the staff recommendation on this Section 40 matter, and Mr. Vasquez seconded the matter. Let me call the roll. Chair Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines, Member Schaefer,
I pass.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
So we have a majority on that. Thank you. Vice Chair Lieber, you're up again.
Thank you. I'd like to move adoption of the recommendation on item 3B.
All righty.
I'll second that.
Okay, that's fine. Let me go out. We have no public comment within the audience, and I have not received any written comments on this. Let me go to the AT&T moderator on this item. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Once again, please press 1, then 0 if you have a comment. And there are no comments.
Alrighty, we have Member Vice Chair Lieber making the motion to accept staff recommendation on the Section 40 matter for SFPP LP, and seconded by Mr. Vasquez. The roll, Chair Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
So that's unanimous. With that, Mr. Chickadee, if you would go on to our next item.
Our next item on the agenda is item F, Other Tax Program, Non-Appearance Matters, Contribution Disclosure Forms Not Required Pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. F1 is Audits. F1C is Global Star USA LLC, number 2772. F1D, Net Fortress Acquisition Company, Inc., number 8164, and number F1E, Intermountain Infrastructure Group LLC, number 8218. Mr. McCool will present the three items for your consideration, which may be voted on individually or collectively. These matters are a constitutional function. Therefore, the Deputy Controller, Emron, may not participate in accordance with Government Code Section 7.9. This matter will be presented by Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Good morning again, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. The State Assessed Properties Division performs routine audits of state assessees under the authority of California Revenue and Taxation Code 828 and Government Code Section 15618. The purpose of a property tax audit is to determine the accuracy, completeness, and reliability of the financial data furnished by state assessees and used by the board in the valuation process. Audits also include an internal review of the methods, calculations, and assumptions used by the State Assessed Properties Division. Before you today for your consideration are 3 property tax audits completed by State Assessed Properties Division staff. The assessees have been presented with a copy of the audit report and provided an opportunity to provide additional information in response to the audit report. None of the assessees provided additional information. I am available to answer questions if needed, and I ask for your adoption of these 3 audits. Thank you.
I so move.
Well, I believe we were going to hold this, right? Because
We
the
could hold the
controller
vote over for later,
is gonna
yes. We
come
let
in-
Mr.
will
McCool
be
make the
on
presentation.
later for the vote.
Oh.
But if you have any questions, if people have any questions, this is the time to raise them.
We could take a vote now and leave it open for just Ms. Cohen's vote,
Oh, and not close the vote?
and just not close the vote, correct?
Okay. You know, I
So,
just,
Mr. Schaefer,
I'm sorry. I just had one quick question.
Sure.
And it's, as I was looking at, the 3 individual, you mentioned the 3 individual audit matters. For the auditees found to have discrepancies either escaped or excessive, do we subsequently go back to see if corrections were made or processes were improved to ensure assessees report accurately?
Yes, that is part of the audit process. Not only are we looking for misreporting or incorrect reporting, we're also make ourselves available to help the assessees report correctly going forward. So that is part of our normal process.
Thank you. With that, members, I would like to entertain a motion. I guess we could approve this all 3 on this one.
I made a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we have a motion by Member Schaefer to approve all 3 of these items. Oh, I'm sorry.
Could you clarify the 3 items, please?
Sure. If we could read those back into the record.
Yes, I can,
Mr.
yeah.
Chair.
Item F1C, Global Star USA LLC, number 2772. F1D, Net Fortress Acquisition Company, Inc., number 8164. And F1E, Intermountain Infrastructure Group LLC, number 8218.
Do you need a second?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and second, and we'll go ahead and take the vote and then hold it open until, I believe it's not until after lunch.
Not till after lunch,
The controller will join us, and so she can cast her vote as well.
Okay,
Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call the roll.
yeah. Chairman Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Member Gaines. Member Schaefer.
Aye.
So that'll stay open. Do we need to go, is it appropriate to go out to the public to see if there's anybody on the line, or can we wait?
Yes, we should go out to the public, correct. at and T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press 1, then 0. And there are no comments.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank
Then-
you.
Then we'll go ahead and just leave the vote open, and then with that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please go on to our next item.
Okay. We're going to go into the administrative section now of the agenda. The next item up is J, Administrative Consent Agenda. Contribution disclosure forms are not required for this one. J1, Adoption of the Board Meeting Minutes. The board meeting minutes of January 24th, 2023. The meeting minutes were attached to the public agenda notice for your consideration.
And it looks like we have Ms. Stowers on.
No, I'm just getting ready.
Oh, you're just getting ready, okay.
I could go out to the at and T moderator. We have no written comments on this one, and no one in the audience to make a comment on this. at and T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Once again, please press 1, then 0. And there are no comments.
Members, do we have any comments, corrections? Seeing and hearing no hands? I'd like to. It's been moved by our vice chair. I'll go ahead and second that.
Okay.
You want to, let's go ahead and call the roll on this.
Okay, yes. Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines, Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, would you go on to our next item?
Our next item is K, Other Administrative Matters. Item K1, Executive Director's Report. K1A, Organizational Update. Report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational priorities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Stowers.
Good
Welcome.
morning, members, Chair Vasquez, Vice Chair Lieber. I am Yvette Stowers, your Executive Director. For today's report, I will provide an update on Support Service Division and highlight upcoming events, the California Taxpayers Association 97 Annual Meeting. Members, as you are aware, the past several months have been very, very busy for our Support Services Division. This division is in charge of all of the administrative work it takes to run our agency. In addition to their regular workload, they have been working very, very hard to welcome and onboard our new member, Ms. Lieber, her staff, and your members, your new staff. I just want to say thank you very much to Support. They've done an excellent job in facilitating this. In addition to the new members, they also had to do a transition from D to now our controller's office. So they were extremely busy. And I just want to just give them a hand clap. And I'm going to say this. I told staff to put this on the agenda, and I'm going off script now. Because I want those who are listening to understand that although we do not have a HR administrative division, we still have to move things forward. And that's why we have the Support Service Division. I'm grateful and thankful that we have funding for them, and we probably need more. That's another conversation. Okay, and let me talk about what they do. They do facilities, contracts, technology. They're extremely busy. So, again, thank you guys. Thank you, thank you. They're under the leadership of Kathy Taylor. The next item that I want to talk about is the upcoming March 23rd board meeting with the California Taxpayers Association. I do believe you all received an invitation. And again, this is a great opportunity where the members are there speaking with various business owners, talking about property tax issues. It's 7 or 7:30 a.m. I will be there. Some people behind me will be there. And I know that you guys will be there as well. And then, Mr. Imran, you have a special role. We call it Vanna White. You award the best question, not to the members, but to the public. Okay, moving on to K1B. Extension of time to complete the local assessment role. Members, Revenue and Taxation Code 616 requires county assessors to annually complete their local assessments role by July 1st. Section 155 provides that the board or the executive director may extend by 30 days the deadline for any official act by the assessor. In the case of public calamity, we may extend it by additional 10 days to 40 days. Section 155 also requires the executive director to inform this board of any such extension at its next regular meeting. This report is to inform you that San Luis Obispo and Trinity County assessors have requested and have been granted a 30-day extension to complete their 2023 local assessment roll. Members, that completes my report. Are there any questions for me?
I have a couple. One going back to the Supportive Services Division, I also would like to just chime in and thank your your staff, especially with my new staff, chief of staff, in that transition period. And I know they probably were taxing your staff quite a bit on that, just to bring them up to speed. So thank you for that. And on your last part of your report that you just mentioned, that we sometimes, like you just mentioned, get requests from the assessors for extensions. For the viewing audience, what might constitute a good reason for an extension?
It's generally speaking, workload, staffing for them, staffing. And some of the assessors, they do make the request in advance, but they still get their role completed by July 1st. It's just more of just in case something goes wrong. I don't think the CAA president is in the audience, but
No, I don't. Oh, she is in the back.
no, but
But a rep.
the vice president is here. If you want to speak on it, I know that you guys, they come to us on a regular basis. It's almost, I'm not going to call it routine, but we know starting in February through the end of June, we will get these requests, and we will respond.
No, I bring it up because it seems like it comes up every year, and you're right. Most of the time, they put in the request, and in many cases, probably 99% of the time, they do turn it in on time. But I was just more for like the viewing audience. But since we have part of the leadership here, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. I am Sacramento County Assessor Christina Nguyen, and I am Vice President of CAA this year. I think that what you'll see is assessors will preemptively apply for the extension. Just, it prepares everybody, their own Department of Finance. Everyone is sort of given notice. We may have a delay. There's a lot of things that have to happen to get the roll closed, and with Prop 19 implementation, staffing shortages, some are just extra cautious and file in advance. I believe Sacramento County filed a couple years ago because of the pandemic. If you had a calamity in your county, you may be asking to file for that reason. So it does happen. I don't think you should be alarmed by it.
And while I have you up here, you mentioned Prop 19.
Yes.
How's that going? Here we're in, I
Well-
guess, year 2 or 3 now.
You know, we're still working on implementing everything internally. That means updating our systems and getting good at coordinating with our county partners, our other county assessors. We're exchanging information. We're looking forward to developing a portal where that would help us sort of facilitate it. Right now, we have 58 different email addresses. We send things back and forth. The law is complex in a lot of ways, probably more ways than anybody could have imagined. We're impacted by different scenarios that are popping up, so we continue to just work through it. We get a lot of legal advice from our county councils and our fellow assessors, helping us work through. So it's still a challenge. I would say people are definitely impacted. Some counties hired more staff for the processing. I know in Sacramento, we hired 3 additional staff to assist with customer service and processing. So it is impacting us in that way. And of course, that's not always popular because you're hiring people when you're taking money off the roll, So, but at the same time, we have an obligation to to the public to process these claims and give the benefits, so.
Thank you. I see a couple hands here. Member Schaefer, and then we'll go to Member
Yes,
Haynes.
Ms. Dowers, if somebody's thinking they're going to need an extension, but they're not sure, and then it comes to the final day, and oops, we didn't request it, can they come in, the day after and say, we need it?
They can come in the day of. And we are extremely flexible. But I would say this, that although some counties I would come to you for the next 3 months, asking for, saying that we approved. Most of them ask, but they do not need. Most of the counties, and I'm going to say 99.9% of them, get their roads done on time.
So we're nice to our assessors.
Yes, we're very nice. Those, and they, it's just a preempt. They ask, but they pride themselves on knowing that they got their roads done on time.
Sure.
I think last year I made a mistake and said somebody was late, and they corrected me.
It's really difficult when you're late because the Department of Finance within your county is required, they're counting on that information at a certain time. So if you don't get that to them, then they're impacted in what they do. So it's more than just, we have this statutory obligation, we're also impacting everybody else down the line. So it's really important that we're trying to complete it on time and accurately, so.
I like that accurate.
Member Gaines?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine Wynn, for being here, and you're in my district, and you're a great leader in the state in terms of what you do as an assessor, so I thank you for that. But I just wanted to get some clarification on Prop 19, which, just for the record, I didn't support it, but it's passed, and we have to implement it. It's my understanding that there was an element of that initiative that provided funding, I thought, to the county assessors for the additional workload. Number one, is that accurate?
Well, what we understand is there's offset funding for
Okay.
counties experiencing a loss. We don't fully understand yet what that will look like.
Okay.
Because the official reporting periods are in the future. I believe 2025 is the first one.
Okay,
So
so in the meantime,
In the meantime, we're doing our job as we need to do it.
okay.
And we'll see what happens as we proceed on. What's not understood is if you have a gain in your county, what does that mean? Do you pay then? Or how's that going to work? Or is it all collected probably behind the scenes is my guess. But that part really hasn't been explained to us. And that's sort of more in the Department of Finance side of operations of the county. Right now, we're just collecting the data because we're going to have to report to CDTFA through the Department of Finance on our gains and losses.
Yes, okay. And I guess the other thought I had is there's been some discussion about, is there a tweak or a change or an adjustment that could be made to Prop 19? Because I think part of this impact is on first-generational wealth. And folks that have worked hard their entire life and been successful enough to get a rental or two, and now those are being reassessed, especially in areas where values have gone up dramatically over the last 30 or 40 years. And so is that something that we as a board could look to you and the Assessors Association in terms of if we were able to come up with an idea, if it passed through the legislature, if it went through on the ballot and was approved, we just want to make sure that that was implemented in the right fashion. And we would like to have your input to make sure that we do that in the right way.
Well, of course, we definitely would like to engage in that process because there are a lot of technicalities involved in assessment administration, and sometimes when laws are passed, those things aren't really thought of, and complications arise because of that. So definitely, we would engage in that process. We always try to, and do our best to make sure that we could administer whatever it was that was being passed.
Sure.
Which, of course, would be a constitutional amendment, a ballot measure.
Yes. And I don't want to speak for the whole board. I mean, but there have been some talk, a little discussion here and there, and I'm just curious as to what is that pathway, and we
And you're
want to make sure we
talking
engage
about-
the association and
Yeah,
fix
you're
this.
talking about the inheritance portion, not the base year transfer
No,
portion. So the
no.
inheritance cutbacks that were made and
Yes.
possibly reinstating some of those benefits, and that's, I think, what you're referring to.
Yes, and I think there was also an aspect with disabled individuals that got the benefit, I think, on base year value, but not on the other side in terms of transfer of inheritance.
Yeah, I don't think that the disabled persons were impacted by the inheritance change.
Okay,
I don't recall that that occurred because the inheritance is not really tied to anyone's like exempt status.
okay.
It's just on, whether the person is occupying the property as their primary
Okay.
residence in
But if-
perpetuity. That was one of the big items, plus.
Okay. So if it were, because we heard some cases of parents with adult disabled
Oh.
children, that it was messing up the finances in terms of cash
Right,
flow
because
for that.
everyone's ability to inherit was limited,
Yeah.
regardless of your
Okay.
exempt status. So you're talking about a particular portion that could
Yeah.
maybe be reinstated through a
Okay.
new ballot measure, but.
Sure.
Yeah, so, and the stats are being gathered now as to the
Mm-hmm.
impacts of all the changes that came from Prop 19. So data should be coming available fairly soon, so that could be examined. But my understanding, there was an attempt already to put a ballot measure out there that didn't get enough signatures.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there'll be going down that same path again,
Yes.
and at what point.
Yes, maybe through the legislature, though, if there were agreement. But that's to be discussed. Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
I know I have questions, no, there's more questions I think for you.
Oh, sorry.
And actually, you just
said-
brought up a point, I had just more of a clarifying question. When you mentioned on principal residence,
Yeah.
especially with Prop 19, I had a call a couple of months, I guess it was last month, when a property goes into probate, for example, if one of the members, the living members, was to move into it while it's in probate, does that kind of put a hold on the reassessment of that property?
Well, it depends. I have to
Okay.
say it that way. But what I would say is that's a smart move because when you read the law, it actually says more about when they move in versus when they file for the homeowner's exemption. So it's actually more important to move into the property within 1 year than it is to get the homeowner's exemption, which you still do have to do. But the actual act of making the home your primary residence is the most important thing. And that's where it's sort of a gray area where people, I think, don't understand. They think the homeowner's exemption is the key. It's actually, when do you occupy the property? And so moving into it will help preserve the ability to get the benefits. So I think that's probably a good move if that's the person that will be inheriting the property and qualifying for the benefit. So,
Okay.
Members, if I may interject, great conversation, and I appreciate you coming up. But
Are we a little off topic there? I think so, okay.
So let's do this. Maybe we should have another public policy hearing on Prop 19,
We should.
okay? And we can have more dialogue without legal telling me that we're off topic.
Thank you for coming up. I guess
I'm
we'll
happy to-
we'll have to excuse you now.
It's
then.
okay.
We'll get
Thank
back
you.
on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Could I-
But I know there was a,
Thank you, members. Our executive director is correct. And of course, thank you, Assessor Wynn, for coming up and providing great information. But we are kind of
Off
going
topic,
far
okay.
off topic. We should agendize this for a future meeting. Thank you.
sounds good. Thank you.
we will do that. Going back on topic here, I know there was hands still up, and let me go with my Vice Chair Lieber first.
Thank you. Well, I always appreciate the dialogue with the assessors, and I think it's very valuable to have them here. And I was going to suggest just that we agendize an item when that data starts to come available and time permits. I think it would be very fruitful. And if we let folks know in advance that it's going to be on the agenda, then I know that we're going to have a great deal of interest in it. And then I just wanted to comment as one of the, well, I am the new person. We've got someone who's almost new who's here. I very much want to commend the support services. You know, I know that Mr. Gaines knows that I am a very fiscally conservative, progressive person. I always want to watch the money very closely, and so it's really been a point of pride for me to get to know the agency and to see that it is very lean and effective and provides a great benefit for the taxpayers. And it's lean and not at all mean. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Controller.
Thank you to the assessors for showing up today. It means a lot to make this board function. You are an important part of it. And also to Executive Director Stowers, I want to just appreciate you for this moment. I know you've been on this job for less than a year. It's been a huge role that you filled, but you're doing an incredible job, and it's been a pleasure to work with you in my old and now new capacity, and also to the Support Services Division. Always professional, always timely, and I really do appreciate everything that you've all done. And then just last point is for the CalTax meeting, I have confirmed my attendance too. So looking forward to that best question and the breakfast with the BOE members. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Member Gaines.
Yeah, I really like your question and the clarity that Assessor Nguyen provided in terms of how important it is for the family to move into
Moving
that
in.
house. And I thought maybe we could work with our communications department and add that in our Prop 19 information for folks, because we don't want them to lose that status if there's a family
No.
member that wants to move into the home.
Well noted. I guess we could include that in our website, and we can talk to,
We
well, we have Ms.
will.
Stowers here, so.
You know, behind the scenes, as you guys are making suggestions, we're taking notes, and we will have a meeting, we call it our board member assignment, and that will be on the top of our list to
Right.
see what we can do to further educate the public. And appreciate the assessor from Sacramento being here. And we always have someone, it's either the president or the vice president, either in person or behind the scenes, because we are in partnership. So, thank you again.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I think my other item was going to be the governor's budget, but we covered that.
Okay.
All righty.
If we're good, then Ms. Cicchetti, what do we have next?
Yes, we're just going to go along then. We're going to continue on the Executive Director's Report to K1D, Operational Priorities Report, the report on the status of the operational priorities of the BOE. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Good morning, honorable members, Chairman Vasquez and Vice Chair Lieber. I am Lisa Renati, the Chief Deputy Director of the Board of Equalization. Today I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects. The first item is workforce planning. Workforce planning is to address the current and future needs of our workforce. This includes developing strategies to attract and retain employees, creating training programs to meet the needs of our diverse and changing workforce, and developing our employees to take on key roles when current leaders retire or move on to other positions. Since our last meeting, we have filled 3 vacant positions. One is a promotion of an internal candidate, and the other 2 positions are new to the BOE. As a side note, one of the new BOE employees found out about the BOE from our posting on CalCareers, and the other from our BOE social media posting. We continue to actively recruit our vacancies by using multiple recruitment approaches, including participation in 6 recruitment events planned for the first half of this year. These events include career fairs at universities, a professional organization, and a multi-agency event coordinated by the EDD. Members, the next item is a status on our IT modernization project. A request for information, frequently referred to as an RFI, was released to the public on January 24th. The RFI is regarding the design, development, and implementation of a new board roll system for our agency. The goal of this RFI is to collect information from interested parties with the necessary skills and experience in designing workload and case management systems to meet our technology needs. We will use this information from the RFI to develop and finalize requirements that will be used in the next phase of our IT modernization project. The deadline to submit responses to the RFI is today, February 22nd. Additional information can be found at DGS's Cal eProcure website. And this concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, let me go. I see a question on my left here with Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to compliment you on continuing to fill positions at the BOE. So it's encouraging that we're promoting within, but also bringing folks in from the outside, and the fact that they saw our promotion, at least one employee, future employee did, and followed through with it is encouraging.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you.
I just had a couple of quick questions for you. First, just an update. I know briefly, what are the general scope for our main focus on the IT modernization project?
Well, the project is to modernize and streamline our board roll system and a case management program. And so our board roll system is our statewide state-assessed roll, and we allocate those to different counties. And our current system is old, I'll say that, it's antiquated. It's a little more people-driven. We would like to have a modernized solution. So the RFI is seeking, collecting information from all those interested parties to see if anyone has a system or they have any questions for us about the system. And it's just really the baby step of this project to find out if anyone's interested in our project and can ask us more questions.
You mentioned RFI, and I guess just for the United, that's requests for information,
Correct.
On that project, can you kind of summarize what's the purpose of the RFI?
It's to collect that information from different people to tell us who has the skills, who has that experience in designing systems and workload, and then we'll use that information to develop and finalize our requirements. And that'll be the next step. We'll issue what our requirements for the system are. And ultimately, down the road, the requirements will be used to go out and find, either do a request for proposal or do some type of bid to get a system that we can purchase.
So we
Hopefully,
can modernize.
modernize, yes.
So like we're presenting, we have an issue. We need to modernize our role. And we're looking to technology vendors to provide us with a solution.
Sounds
It's a
good.
California process.
It's just it's the
Ah.
California way. And the long go, we don't know what the solution is because neither one
We're
of us are
hoping cheap.
We're not
Yeah, we're
techie,
hoping cheap.
but we're hoping it's going to be very inexpensive
And works well.
and works well.
I'm with you. I'm not an IT person either.
Yeah. But if it's something more, we would keep you informed. If we have to go that expansive technology project, we will follow the state process, including Department of Technology, when it comes to a new system. But if it's something that's available off the shelf, that's best.
Whatever works best, because we have such a large board roll. We need to make sure that we can't fail at making sure we get the board roll done correctly and timely. So we're looking towards the future.
No, I appreciate it. Having stepped out of my role as the franchise tax board member and now coming back, I went on the tour and I couldn't believe just in this little short window of a little over a year, the modernization that's taking place over there with technology. It's advanced so much.
They're EDR 1, 2, 3. I think they
Right.
may be on 4 or 5 by now.
Yeah.
We're not there. We're doing baby steps.
I know.
I think I said before, crawl, walk, run. We're crawling when it comes to technology, not as an agency.
Well, it's good to hear that you're moving on it, though. Any other comments, questions? Oh, yes, Member Gaines.
Just a question of procedure. I notice we have a few folks in the audience that I think are going to speak at some point. I'm just
Yes.
trying to figure out, are they aware of the timeline and when they would speak?
As far as I know,
Okay.
because the agenda was out, yeah.
Okay.
And we do have a lunch break coming up, so I think it's going to take place just after that.
Oh, it is? Okay, all right.
Former,
Well, as they're aware, I hate to have folks waiting for undue period of time, but
No, and then I know we have former members, or actually former BOE member, that have put in requests to speak under our public comment, which is our end item.
okay,
which,
very
yeah.
good. Thank you.
will they be able to stay with us through the afternoon? I'd hate to lose them.
I'm assuming they budgeted their time, because that hasn't changed. We haven't changed the schedule.
They had a plane to catch or something, I would move.
Ms. Stowers, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Chair Vasquez, at your pleasure, you can take something out of order. So if, at your pleasure, if you want to take up
Here we go.
items not on the agenda for public comment,
Normally, that would be correct, that you could move things out of order. I would not recommend doing that with items not on the agenda because it has been published at the end of the agenda. We may have someone calling in who wishes to speak toward the end of the day, and if you had called it earlier, they would miss their opportunity to speak, so.
But
in-
that-
in-
That may not happen, we don't know.
True, but.
Could I ask Mr. Parrish if he finds it convenient to stay to the afternoon, or would you have some reason you want to be heard?
He's a policy wonk with us.
Thank you.
Question if I could follow up?
Yes, Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, for Mr. Nanjo, in
Yes,
terms
sir.
of, I mean, if our wording was different on the agenda, would that give us more flexibility in a meeting?
You could change the wording to make it more flexible, but I would query whether or not that would be viewed as taxpayer or public friendly, because if you can move it at any time, then a member of the public who would like to speak on matters not on the agenda wouldn't know where they would be speaking, so they would have to essentially listen to the whole meeting.
Okay, all right, very well, thank you.
Sure.
if I could put in my plug, and I know he's going to tell me to be quiet.
That's a different agenda
That is why I
item.
am promoting to change our agenda order, with something that we're going to be talking about later on this afternoon.
I would hate to see us hold somebody over for a half a day because the theory somebody might want to call in
Yeah.
from the public.
Yeah. Yes, yes. That's one reason why we're looking to.
We could fix
put-
it if that happened, I'm
Put
sure.
public comments up earlier in our
Yeah.
agenda.
Through the chair, if I could.
No,
That-
yes.
That's what kind of spurred the question, because you had mentioned it in the briefing that I had, so I was just curious. We haven't implemented that yet. It looks like that's
I
maybe
think it's a
coming.
discussion that we're
Yeah.
going to have later on this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you.
And really, it's my understanding, just for the members and moving forward, we've always pretty much, we try to stick to the agenda because we do publish in advance and people know the schedule. And I assume people plan their schedule around that. But it does come up sometimes where you might have somebody, for whatever reasons, might have an emergency and needs to leave. And I think we should be flexible on that, but I haven't heard that today. So if people are comfortable, we'll just continue with the agenda. Yes. Ms. Towers, I think you're
I'm
finished?
comfortable with that as well, sir.
Okay.
Moving forward, I don't know what's the next item?
Yeah,
Ms.
we
Chickeni?
ready? Yes,
Or
okay,
is it-
yeah. Thank you, Ms. Renati. The next item on the agenda is K2, Executive Director's Report. K2A, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Annual Report. Presentation of the 2021-22 Taxpayer Rights Advocates Annual Report highlighting the office's accomplishments, taxpayer service improvements, and examples of cases illustrating services provided. Update on activities of the TRA office. This matter is being presented by Ms. Thompson.
Good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm pleased to present to you the 2021-22 Taxpayer Rights Annual Report for property taxes and the alcoholic beverage tax. As part of my presentation, I will describe the contents of the TRA Annual Report and then provide an operational update as to the status of projects and activities of our office. The annual report is issued in accordance with the Morgan Taxpayer Bill of Rights under the provisions of Revenue and Taxation Code Section 5904. And the report highlights the TRA office's accomplishments, examples of cases illustrating the services that we provide to taxpayers, and issues that our office works on to resolve, and also describes our office's involvement in educational projects to help taxpayers. As part of the report, we include various statistics on completed cases that the TRA office worked on through the year. And it reports several pie charts identifying percentages, percentages for completed cases. It includes percentages for completed cases for each of the 4 board member districts, the percentage of completed cases for the valuation versus administrative category, as well as topics within those categories. For fiscal year 2021-22, our office completed work on 569 cases. All were in the area of property taxes. Of the completed cases, 25% were in District 1, Board Member Gaines's district. 32% were in District 2, Board Member Lieber's district. 19% were in District 3, Board Member Vasquez's district. And 24 from District 4, Board Member Schaefer's district. 75% of those cases were in the valuation category, which pertains to topics such as decline in value, changes in ownership, new construction, exclusions from reassessment, exemptions, assessment appeals, and general property taxation. 25% of the cases were in the administrative category, which includes topics such as creating and mailing of tax bills, refunds, and penalties. As to topic areas within the valuation categories, the report provides a breakdown into 8 different topic areas. The largest percentage of those cases involved exclusions from reassessment at 34%, followed by change in ownership at 18%, with exemptions at 10%. As to the topic area within the administrative court category, the report provides a breakdown into 6 topic areas. The largest percentage this year of cases involved delinquent or defaulted taxes at 37%, followed by access to data and other category at 25%, with the next highest percentage of special assessments at 16%. In addition to contacts from taxpayers that our office sets up as cases that we work on, our office also receives contacts from taxpayers that are seeking assistance in areas that don't pertain to our agency. In those cases, we assist the taxpayers by directing them to the appropriate state or county agency. The number of requestors that we directed elsewhere as a result of them contacting our office through our website, email intake form on our website were 72 this year. The TRA annual report also describes how the public becomes aware of our office and our services that we provide to taxpayers to assist them. One is through an agency publications that provides TRA office contact information, such as CDTFA Publication 145, which identifies our agency's TRA office as well as other state agencies' TRA offices and the IRS advocate. Our agency's website is also a resource for taxpayers where taxpayers become aware of the TRA office. At the bottom of every page on our agency's website, taxpayers can access the TRA office. County assessor's offices also refer taxpayers to our offices, as well as your board members' offices as also direct taxpayers to our office, or they forward information to us to assist them on your behalf. Other state agencies, taxpayer rights advocates also, such as Franchise Tax Board or the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, also refer taxpayers to us if their area is in need for property taxes or the alcoholic beverage tax. Additionally, our office's communications department issues social media posts, so taxpayers are aware of the TRA office, and I thank Peter Kim for doing that on different platforms. Taxpayers can contact us by completing a web intake form that's available on our website, and they could also contact us by phone. The website intake form is very easy for taxpayers to use, provides all the needed contact information that we need, asks taxpayers to kind of describe the nature of their concern, so we can kind of prepare a little bit before we make the call to do a little bit of just research. The two primary functions of the TRA office are to ensure fair and equitable treatment for taxpayers in the assessment of collection of property taxes, and to recommend changes in policies, procedures, and laws to improve and ease taxpayer compliance. The annual report contains examples of cases our office works on to illustrate to taxpayers how their problems are resolved. Our role typically involves review and explanation of processes and laws, contact with county assessors or tax collectors' offices to help resolve the problem or concern that the taxpayer has with that local department. And oftentimes, a taxpayer just needs to have kind of assistance in understanding how they were treated and whether that complies with the law, so they receive confirmation of that. We are basically an independent party that they can use for us to review the circumstances of their concerns to ensure that they were treated fairly according to the property tax law. There are several examples included in the annual report illustrating the types of cases received and how we assisted those taxpayers. In this year's annual report, we highlighted one transfer for persons age 55 and older, one involving a disabled veteran's exemption, and we also included a case concerning a parent-child exclusion. So before the statutory changes were made to base your value transfers and intergenerational exclusions resulting from the passage of Proposition 19, a constitutional amendment approved by the voters in November 2020, with implementing legislation signed into law by the governor in September of 2021. Our office annual report pointed out the impact of that amendment as part of our case examples. And so you will see those on two of those examples. Many of the cases that our office worked on during fiscal year 2021 to 22 involved exclusions from reassessment, specifically transfers between parents and children and base year value transfers for seniors. With respect to exclusions from between parents and children, the annual report highlighted an example of a transfer between a parent and child where a taxpayer had transferred 50% in a property to her son, with the transfer recorded on February 16th, 2021. The taxpayer contacted our office because they were concerned that the assessor's office asked them to complete Form BOE 19P instead of using the claim form they submitted seeking exemption under the law that was in effect before Proposition 19's intergenerational transfer provisions. Because it was a rental property, the taxpayers were concerned that completing an application on claim form for Proposition 19 would result in the denial of the exclusion. So we coordinated with the assessor's office, directing them to our agency's letter to assessor's guidance, addressing the one-day extension to perform an act due to the February 15th, 2021 state holiday, and that the notary date may be the evidence, may be considered evidence of the transfer date rather than the recording date. The assessor's office agreed and accepted the notary date and evaluated the claim for the parent-child transfer that the taxpayer made as they wanted. Upon closer review, the transaction, it turned out to be that the February 15th, 2021 transfer was not a change in ownership for property tax purposes, since the mother remained on title with the son, so the property wouldn't have been reassessed. Therefore, there was no exclusion to claim. We helped the taxpayer understand reassessment consequences if there were later transfers of interest in that property. With respect to the base year value transfers for seniors, we highlighted two examples. One for a base year value transfer for a property they purchased in the same county, and one where the replacement property was purchased in a different county. One case that I would like to highlight in this year's annual report what concerns the base year value transfer where the property was a duplex. The taxpayer was concerned about the amount of transfer. Our office helped the taxpayer understand that in the case of a multi-family or multi-dwelling property, each unit is considered to be a separate original property. So such that the base year value attributable to the unit that the original property was the taxpayer's primary residence is what transfers to the replacement residence. It's not both units. The unit of the duplex that was a separate residential unit that was rented out would not be part of the value that transfers to the replacement. Also, because the replacement was of higher value, our office explained that in determining the new taxable value of the replacement, the market value difference between the original and replacement would be added to the transferred factored base year value from the original to arrive at the new taxable value of the replacement residence. With respect to exemptions, the annual report also includes an example of a disabled veteran's exemption. A taxpayer who was a disabled veteran contacted our office seeking assistance with concerns about the amount of exemption he received. He felt the property tax bill, he received only included a partial exemption and was less than the amount he had received on his previous home. He also received 2 supplemental property tax bills shortly after the other bill that showed no exemption. He had also applied for a base year value transfer to that property. Our office reviewed the various property tax bills and then contacted the assessor's office to obtain information about the assessment and the status of the claim for exemption, as well as the base year value transfer claim. After completing our analysis, we helped the taxpayer understand that the first bill he received was reflective of the January 1 lien date assessment prior to the time that he actually owned the property, and that the previous tenant or the previous owner had also been a disabled veteran, so was receiving that exemption. We also explained that the assessor's office expedited the processing of both claims, and both exemption and exclusion had been granted, with information transmitted to the county auditor's office to determine the effect on property taxes and issue refunds on those overpaid taxes. Because the assessor's office told us that they were unable to apply the full disabled veterans exemption, since the taxpayer only owned a portion of the new property, since he included his 2 daughters on title when he purchased that property, we helped the taxpayer understand that the exemption amount would only be up to 1/3 of the property's assessed value. We also helped him understand that simply removing his daughters from title would cause reassessment of 2/3 of the property, thereby losing the property tax base transferred from his previous home. So we do kind of look forward to let them know there could be consequences if you decide to, go different avenues. This year's annual report also identifies that the TRA office is involved in issue resolution as a result of certain contacts from taxpayers raised that contact our office or that come before this board in contact with the annual Bill of Rights hearing. We become aware of issues that taxpayers or their representatives have, which develop into a project to resolve the issue that results in changes being implemented. This year's annual report identifies the solar energy new construction exclusion, which was initiated by our agency's property tax department, in part due to contacts made to the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office by a taxpayer representative. The project was initiated to address issues that emerged since the release of the agency's guidelines for active solar energy new construction exclusion. And as part of that project, a proposed new property reporting form was distributed as a part 1 of the phases of that project. Work was suspended by the Property Tax Department on that project as a result of the passage of Proposition 19 and the substantial workload associated with that implementation. The next part of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Annual Report contains a section on taxpayer service improvements. And that section has 4 parts. 1 is educating the public, 2, educating the public about Proposition 19, and 3, ease of access to information and forms review. As to educating the public, this section discusses the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office role in taxpayer education through publication of information sheets. And for work that began in 2018 after discussions with the California Assessors Association concerning providing education, which were written in simple, non-technical terms for the issuance of such topics as various exemptions and exclusions. The annual report identifies the completion of 6 information sheets in fiscal year 2021-22, specifically from July 21 through June 2022. And they address exclusions from transfers between parents and children, transfers between grandparents and grandchildren, and base year value transfers for persons age 55 or over, and for disabled persons. The information sheets addresses transfers under current law of Proposition 19, with separate information sheets addressing transfers occurring under prior law, since taxpayers may still be applying for such transfers, and county assessors are still processing those transfers. The information sheets are clear on what period they apply to, so the taxpayer will know which apply to current law versus prior law based on the transfer dates. The TRA annual report also identifies 2 other information sheets that were drafted during fiscal year 2021, but posted in August 2022, shortly after the end of the fiscal year. They were on the base year value transfers for disabled persons. Similar to other information sheets, 2 were issued as a set, 1 to address current law, Proposition 19, and 1 for prior law. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office is committed to making improvements to taxpayer education and also to provide information in simple, non-technical terms that they are able to understand. Our office values the importance of having information sheets available as a resource to taxpayers that they can read about the main requirements, the specific purpose of law, how they can apply for the exemption or exclusion, and also provide helpful hints about that topic. I will also be discussing recent work with our information sheets as the second part of my presentation and future updates. The second part of the taxpayer service improvement is on educating the public about Proposition 19. It addresses publication of a Proposition 19 fact sheet in collaboration with our agency's communications officer, Mr. Peter Kim, as part of the Proposition 19 implementation and action plan for education and outreach. The fact sheet was first published in February 2021 and then updated in April 2022 following the passage of implementing legislation for Proposition 19 and issuance of our agency's guidance on that implementing legislation. The fact sheet was issued to provide taxpayers with simple, straightforward information concerning Proposition 19 designed with the taxpayer specifically in mind. The fact sheet provides information on the requirements, its benefits, and situational examples of how Proposition 19 works and how to apply for it. The third part of the taxpayer service improvement section is on ease of access to information. This area discusses the TRA office's commitment to ensuring the public has access to information when they need it. And we do this through examining our agency's website with the taxpayer in mind, and then we coordinate with our agency's property tax department and communications officer to update information on the website to ensure sufficient information is available on various topics and can be easily accessed. As described in the annual report, our agency developed a webpage dedicated to Proposition 19 through the constitutional amendment that was passed, and we continue to post information through the end of this year's fiscal report, and it continued on beyond this year's annual report. During the time period of the TRA annual report, 8 LTAs were issued concerning Proposition 19, And the 2021 TRA annual report indicates our office reviewed material issued by our agencies through this fiscal year and believe our agency was proactive and timely in posting information concerning Proposition 19 and various aspects of its implementation. The fourth part of the Taxpayer Service Improvement section is on forms review. This area discusses the TRA office's role in periodically reviewing property statements and other property tax reporting forms prescribed by our agency to determine if forms and instruction promote or discourage taxpayer compliance. This is done as part of the responsibilities under the Mortgage Property Taxpayer Bill of Rights, specifically Section 5906 of Revenue and Taxation Code. As a result of working with taxpayers, the TRA office becomes aware of changes that are needed to a form, either the form itself or to instructions of a form. The 2021-22 report indicates that following the passage of Senate Bill 539, which implemented the provisions of Proposition 19, our agency, in consultation with the California Assessors Association, revised 9 board-prescribed forms to make them consistent with the provisions of Revenue and Taxation Code Section 63.2 and 69.9. Our office reviewed these forms during the revision process and provided suggested changes. The forms were adopted by our elected board members at the board meeting held on May 24th, 2022, followed by the forms being distributed to assessors in early July via letter to assessors. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office believes the forms have been revised to accurately reflect property tax law that benefits California taxpayers in that they are user-friendly. The last part of the annual report are the appendixes, and those include the Morgan Property Taxpayer Bill of Rights provisions that pertain to property taxes, and Appendix 2 contains the California Taxpayer Bill of Rights provisions specific to the alcoholic beverage tax. This TRA annual report is posted to our website and can be accessed under the Taxpayer Rights Advocate area. In accordance with the Morgan Taxpayer Bill of Rights, this annual report will provide the basis for the upcoming Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing that will be held in August of this year. We, with respect to the alcoholic beverage tax, Section 32463 provides that the board shall conduct an annual hearing where industry representatives and individual taxpayers may present their proposals on changes to the alcoholic beverage tax, which may further improve voluntary compliance and relationship between taxpayers and the government. With respect to the Morgan Property Taxpayer Bill of Rights, the annual report, the Revenue and Taxation Code section, which provides that the annual hearing will take place, is Revenue and Taxation 5906, and it states that the board shall conduct a public hearing soliciting input from assessors, other local agency representatives, and taxpayers to address the advocate's annual report and to identify a means to correct any problems identified in that report. So, in advance of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing, we will be working with the communications officer to provide various outreach efforts to make the public aware of the hearing. We also coordinate with assessors' offices and tax collector's office, on various means. So as that happens, I will update the board members on that as part of my my monthly updates. Generally, I had indicated the August is traditionally when the Bill of Rights hearing is. Of course, the TRA office will confirm the specific date and time of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing with our agency's executive director, Ms. Yvette Stowers, and also board chair, Mr. Anthony Vasquez. Again, however, historically it is in August, and prior to that, a letter to assessors will be distributing and that. So what is important to keep in mind is that we work with taxpayers throughout the year to resolve their problems. So many issues have already been resolved before the annual Bill of Rights hearing. But at the hearing, taxpayers, industry representatives, and other parties can comment on areas of that in that annual report. They can also comment on items that our office may be working with them on, or any areas of concern regarding property taxes or other programs we administer, and in that regard. So before moving on to my next part of the update is, I just would like to take this opportunity to thank my staff in the TRA office for all of their work that they do throughout the year. We are only successful due to their hard work and dedication, and I really appreciate their service and their contributions that they make to public service. So that concludes my presentation of the TRA Office Annual Report. I'm available to answer any questions, or I can wait until my next presentation.
I have a question.
Yes, we have a question here for Member Schaefer.
Yes, Ms. Thompson, I've grown up in a world of phone books that always had attractive covers, and there was always some indication what the picture was about. I don't recognize 3 of these 4 pictures here. Being a Berkeley grad, I of course recognize the UC campus, but could you tell me what we're looking at number 1, 3, and 4 here?
So what we do is, we actually let the CDTFA forms and publication sections be creative in their choice of pictures. I've always liked their pictures. The suggestion that I make, or I guess a criteria, is that we have 1 picture from each of the districts. And so that is all of them. Last year, I think it was more of a little beach thing. But yeah,
Number
so
one,
I don't know if
think,
that's the
might be
library.
the,
Do you know if
Placer
that's
County Courthouse,
here? Is it the state
I
library?
think.
Is it library?
Oh, is it?
Auburn. It looks like it.
It's the library.
What is the city hall that's in 4th? That's a very attractive building.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to get back to you, but
Could that be San Diego?
it's in each of your districts, so you don't recognize them?
I recognize one of them.
So I'm happy to look into it, but I can't tell you.
This is City Hall.
Oh, it says City Hall, but I don't know where. Well, I'd like Mr. Kim whenever
I
they...
tell you what, I'll have each of you guess what it is, and you can email me, and then I'll find out exactly what they are.
I would like
and-
to know that any publication we put out that has a photograph in it, that there's information what we're looking at.
Oh, sure, I'll try to do that.
She will look into it, but
Yeah.
these are standard pictures that all state agencies are using. But she will respond.
Yeah,
We will
I
give you a
will.
response, but
I'm happy to
it's
do
a
that.
great cover.
It's a great cover, isn't it?
Well, I appreciate the UC
And
Berkeley
what about the
campus
pie charts? I
picture.
mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
The information is outstanding. Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
thank you. I'll work on pictures next time.
Can I comment?
Yes, Member Gaines.
Wonderful, thank you, Ms. Thompson. The report is beautiful. I had a chance to look through it. It's
Thank you, Mr.
really
Ray.
nicely laid out, a lot of good information, very helpful, and thank you for the breakdown also on a per-district basis in terms of the number of cases that you've dealt with individually. And I don't know if this is the appropriate report for it, but it'd be nice, and we talk about it in our hearings, in terms of how many hits are we getting on the website. And I know that we've talked about the number of hits for Prop 19, but it would be nice to have that for at least for me. It would be nice to see how many hits per year in reference to Prop 19, and then separate from that, how many hits are we getting on our website for any other question that's related to the BOE, and just monitor that from year to year so that we know, hopefully that gives us some indication of, how many people are making the inquiries. And I think the website is good. It's been revamped, so it seems to me that it's pretty easy to use. But that's something that I think would be helpful. I don't know if it goes here or not, but I'm just throwing it out there.
Duly noted, basically data analytics on people who would come into our website. Is it just general information? Is it TRA information? Is it Prop 19 information?
Right.
Is it career opportunities?
Yeah.
Not a techie, but I'm sure we can track that
I'll let you
information.
figure it out where to put it, but
Yeah.
I just think that would be helpful. The report is very thorough, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
We will look into how we could gather that data and report out to the entire board
Right.
on, let's say, every 6 months. I think 6 months is better than quarterly.
That's great. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you. Well, as a Stanford alum, I have to say that Stanford has a very attractive tower as well. It would look fantastic
Okay,
on a
let me just write this
report.
down. Stanford Tower, okay.
And although I do recognize that, Berkeley is within our state government, so that's probably why it took pride of place there on the top. But I have to say that the TRA office and process, to me, is one of the most important things that we have going. And I think especially over the last several years, our constituents are not necessarily as into property tax land as we all are here at this meeting, and are really hard pressed, just living daily life in California. And, in the examples that you gave, the one of the veteran who had his daughter on the, daughters on the title and things, and I hope that we can really amp up the exposure of those kinds of issues that are irreversible for folks, and maybe that works into our web search engine optimization, if that's still used, and kind of pointing people who are looking at buying a home in California to understand those kinds of things that are not very reversible like that. And then my kudos on all the information sheets. Those are incredibly important for folks in the community and in accessing that. And I'm definitely going to be working to keep the District 2 numbers very strong in terms of the number of cases coming in, and I know that you and your staff do a great job in closing them, and really offering that as a resource to people in the community, because I think that in a large part, people base their decisions on their own life needs and may not be thinking about the downstream impacts. And in most of our districts, with a housing shortage, it's also what's available. And there's a lot of pressure on folks when they're at that point of moving their home. So I'll be definitely putting that out to my constituents, and very much appreciate what I heard about the exchanges back and forth with the assessors and getting the information from them and offering the information about what's happening with the cases to them, especially in the rural counties who may not receive every one-off kind of a case. I think that information exchange is incredibly important. So thank you so much for detailing that.
Thank you.
Deputy Controller, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for your excellent report. Thought it was very comprehensive and detailed, and you're doing some incredibly important work in this area. I want to applaud you and your team for your efforts in finding resolutions in what are often complex property tax matters. Just had a few questions in terms of like the communication and outreach efforts. Oftentimes, the TRA is the first point of contact for a taxpayer when they're reaching out to the Board of Equalization. So do you believe that there should be some type of media blitz or publicity campaign to inform the public about the services available through the TRA?
Yeah, and we do that. So, I mean, our communications officer, we're very involved, or I'm involved with him as far as outreach kind of efforts. We, notify advisory council members, stakeholders. He just actually had a social media post about the TRA annual report, as well as the information sheet that was just published. That'll be part of my second report, so I won't tell you what it is. But but it was just posted on different social media platforms. So he does do that regularly.
That's great.
May I say something? Because I appreciate you saying that the TRA is often the first point of contact, but in reality, it's you board members. your constituents are reaching out to you with their concerns as they relate to property tax. So they contact you, your office do their best to resolve, and then you funnel it to the TRA. Because you are our ambassadors.
And we appreciate you forwarding taxpayers to us, and we enjoy helping them.
Could I
Find it very
interject?
fulfilling.
There's a couple other questions. You finished, Deputy?
I have a few more questions, but please, Senator.
I'm sorry,
I just-
Deputy Controller.
Just on that.
You want to do a
just on
follow-up,
that
though?
subject,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
because
go ahead. Member Gaines.
I think it is incumbent on us as the elected members of the board to make sure that we're communicating with our constituents,
Yeah.
whether that's at a Rotary Club or any sort of public function where we have an opportunity to talk about, what is the BOE, what do we do, and how can we help you? So I think you're right. It's really on us, and then we've got constituent service person or persons, depending on how your office is set up, in order to help those constituents out. And then sometimes they get directed to the taxpayer rights advocate, too. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy Controller.
I appreciate that, Chairman.
Then we'll get you.
In regards to my second question, just the relationship the TRA has with county assessors, what does the outreach look like? And for example, we all praise this annual report. I was wondering if each county assessor office is also getting a copy of this report?
They don't get hard copies of the report, so we post it to our website, so they are aware of it. What we do is, in advance of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing, we distribute posters and flyers to all 58 assessors' offices, as well as tax collectors and clerks of the board. And they post those flyers and maintain copies of the little flyers for taxpayers to have in their offices. So we traditionally do that early June, maybe, I think early June. So, and they distribute them. So they also kind of advertise and make the public aware of those annual report, the availability. So the posters will actually identify the annual report. And then also, what we do is we communicate with assessors throughout the year by my attendance at the California Assessors Association and their regional conferences every year. So unless there's some unusual reason that I am not able to attend, that I do attend those meetings. So I also communicate with them as part of my update at a conference. I would advise them of any information sheets that we issued through the year, and just to kind of give them an update, although they're aware of it anyway because we issue them via letters to assessors. So so we do I communicate with them, not just my staff and myself when we're interacting with their own staffs in resolving a taxpayer problem. I also work with them on outreach efforts as far as to keep them informed about like the Bill of Rights hearing and the availability of their taxpayers to come, and they help us advertise it. Absolutely. Many assessors actually have links on their website to the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, our BOE agency website.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for that detailed answer. Kind of goes to my next question. Is the TRA using opportunities to present at California assessor conferences or other types of tax gatherings on this, the cases that you're handling, the resolutions, and kind of all the details?
I don't go
here and
over so
after?
much of the cases at their report. So like, as part of the Assessors Association, they have committee meetings, on a legislative committee and then standards committee. So traditionally, then I would present like at, not every meeting, but like if I have something to discuss as far as updates for the information sheets, then I would identify that to them. They might also bring it up under education. It's kind of a little bit different. But ultimately, I mean, that is why we started these information sheets. Just after I took the position of the advocate for this agency, I discussed an idea I had about providing information sheets. I think we called them fact sheets at that point, but they've kind of changed into information sheets. But because they do think it's beneficial to have that for taxpayers. And that's part of one of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights statutes, that we can assist assessors in their efforts to educate taxpayers. And that's kind of why this started, and we've continued that. We just started with, exclusions and exemptions. And we did that shortly after that when we discussed it in 2018, and then along came Proposition 19, and it affected all of our existing information sheets. So we had to go back to the drawing board and do it again. So we do plan on having more information sheets that we work and collaborate with assessors to make sure we are going in the right direction.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. I do appreciate you utilizing your time and heading out to those conferences and being on the road and speaking with assessors and taxpayers about the issues that are facing the BOE and just taxpayers in general. My very last question is in regards to property tax deadlines and how the TRA is leveraging channels of communication, specifically like social media, to let the public know about property tax deadlines coming up or those that may have passed, and maybe other forms of communication that you can speak of.
That wouldn't really be our area, but I know that at the property tax department, issues a calendar, so I'm not sure about the various social media posts in that regard.
Since it's actually payment of property taxes outside of BOE scope, but our communication officer does an excellent job of having little gentle reminders out there for all tax deadlines, property tax deadlines, most importantly.
I appreciate that.
yeah.
The Controller's Office just extended the deadline for unclaimed property, so I would be happy to work with the BOE and kind of
Yeah, we
getting that
have
message
not
out.
been, I'm sorry to cut you off, sir. Go ahead.
Please, go ahead.
We have not traditionally tracked or communicated about unclaimed property because it's not, it's going to sound weird.
It's not our jurisdiction, but yeah.
But we do follow your site when it comes to property tax postponement. But we could look into how we can share your information on unclaimed property. Let me look into it and.
Yeah, property
See-
tax postponement, unclaimed property, just
Yeah.
anything that has to do with property tax or property in general. I understand it's a little bit of a dicey area
It's
for
a
you,
little
but
dicey area, but
I'm
we'll,
just-
we'll look into it,
just saying in terms of
Property tax
communication.
postponement deals with real property. Unclaimed property could be cash, checks, bank accounts, stocks, bonds. So that's why it's a little different, but more than happy to work in partnership with the State Controller's Office to communicate your programs.
I mean, I think that'd be great, just in terms of a taxpayer reaching out and getting all the information they need rather than being put in the ringer. And I appreciate that, Ms. Thompson. Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Member Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair. I have a very short list of questions. In fact, it's just one. I see that you cleared 32% of the cases in Member Lieber's district, and she's very proud of that. You've only cleared 24% in Member Schaefer's district. I'm really more concerned about the 76% that you have not cleared. I just wondered when these will be cleared, what happens, how I can speed it up. I have an opening in my office. I'll hire somebody to work with you on this if we can get my clearance rate up to, I'd like to be at 90%.
Oh,
How can you help me do a better job? Or I help you do a better job?
okay. I think, well, the percentage is by board member district. That just means like, so of the total number of cases that we completed, it's like 100%. And so we allocated them to each of the district based on the counties that they, that it dealt with. That's what that means. So we're done with 100% of your case that we
Oh, you
completed
are?
last
Well,
year.
that's very good.
Absolutely.
All right, well, then I join member.
And everyone's.
I join member
Absolutely.
Lieber in commending you on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Did you have a second
I
part?
do.
Well, before she goes, I was just reminded by legal that we do promote the unclaimed property on the BOE's website.
I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you.
And we will, if there's any changes in law, I think there has been we will work with you to see what we can do to make sure that the public is aware of that extremely valuable resource.
Sounds good, thank you.
Moving forward, Ms. Thompson, if we can summarize that, because I'm looking at these hungry bodies on my left here.
Yeah, I have a shortened version of this
Okay.
one. It's not my
Our
standard
lunch
update.
started 3 minutes ago.
So,
Okay.
So, for members, at this time, I'd like to provide you with an update on the activities of the TRA office to keep you informed. First, I'm pleased to report some statistics on the number of taxpayer cases completed by the TRA office last month, which is reported in the memorandum, which is attached to the PAN. In January 2023, we completed 36 cases. 5 were in Member Gaines District, District 1, 9 Member Lieber's District, District 2, 8 in Board Member Vasquez's District, District 3, and 14 in Member Schaefer's District, District 4. Of the 36 cases, 8 were in the administrative category and 28 in the valuation category. I'll not describe what the categories are, so. With respect to the administrative category, and it's 8 in total, 2 pertain to access to data, 2 pertain to delinquent or defaulted taxes, 1 involved penalties, and 3 other issues. With respect to the valuation category, and it's 8 in total, 2 pertain to the actual enrollment of values, 1 involved appraisal methodology, 3 cases involved change in ownership, 16 involved exclusions from reassessment, 5 involved exemptions, and 1 involved new construction. To provide a further breakdown of those exclusion and exemption topics, with respect to the 16 cases involving exclusions from reassessment, 9 pertain to the parent-child exclusion, 6 pertain to base year value transfers for persons age 55 and over, and 1 pertain to base year value transfers for disabled persons. One of the 9 cases involved the parent-child exclusion occurred during the time of current law of Proposition 19, and 8 pertain to prior law. 4 of the 7 cases for base year value transfers occurred during current law of Proposition 19, and the remaining 3 cases pertain to transfers occurred under prior law. For the 5 exemption cases, 1 pertained to disabled veterans exemption, 1 homeowners exemption, and 3 the welfare exemption. As to taxpayer education, I'm pleased to inform you that our office has issued a new information sheet. It was posted earlier this week, and the information sheet covers various property tax assistance programs to seniors in the areas of exemptions from a property's assessed value, the property tax postponement program offered through the State Controller's Office, payment plans for outstanding property taxes that a taxpayer can enter into with the County Tax Collector's Office, and also the transfer of a factored base year value to a replacement property. The information sheet also provides general information on California property taxation and directs taxpayers to our agency's publication 29 on a California property tax and overview. We believe this information sheet will be helpful for many taxpayers, and it is posted to our website under the TRA office, under the taxpayer education section. There are now a total of 8 information sheets. So at future board meetings, I'll provide you with an update to keep you informed, and this includes my update on the activities of the TRA office.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, I think, does this conclude? your
That's
report? It concludes it. Ms. Chiquetti, we don't need to go out to the public on this one, do
We do not. This is just her report.
And I'm just looking at the time, so it looks like we're right up to our lunch hour, or break, right?
Chair, if there's anybody out in the audience who wants a copy of this, do you have some for them?
I have a few if somebody would like it.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I noticed on our schedule, I had it down for 60 minutes. Do we need the 60, or is it 45 sufficient?
Sir, we need the 60.
Oh, we need, okay, I guess there's things
Chairman?
going on.
I had the controller's schedule blocked out for the vote on the F item from,
At what time?
she had a 30-minute block, 1 to 1:30. I'll be happy to reach out to her, see if maybe she can push it to the tail end of that.
That'd be perfect, Mr. Amron. I have staff here who's been here since 7 a.m. So they really need to get their 30-minute lunch.
I mean, at least 1:30, would that be okay?
1:30 is fine. It's 12:30 now, 12:35.
12:37, yeah.
Could I ask Ms. Stars why we need 1 hour for lunch?
I have staff here
That's
who's been
what you
working
said.
since 7 a.m., and they need to have lunch. They don't have the privilege of having someone pick up their lunch for them. It takes
see.
time.
So they got to get out.
We've been working since 6:30 this morning. You know that.
I know. But we're on 24/7 clock, so that's okay.
Well, I.
No, I'm sensitive, that's
I sent
fine.
him some emails at 6:30 this morning, and he responded 6:31.
You guys are different. You don't.
So 1:30 would be sufficient?
I think that would be.
Yeah, I think we can work with 1:30. If we could
Lunch break
recess
until
now, I'm sure they're ready for a break.
I know.
And we have lunch plans, ladies and gentlemen.
All righty, so we'll recess now and we'll reconvene at 1:30.
1:30.
Thank you. 9. So if we can reconvene.
Hold on one second, let me see if that's.
She is on.
Who are we missing?
On,
We good?
can you hear me?
Yes.
I hear the controller.
Fantastic. Good afternoon,
Hold on
everyone.
one second, we're trying to get the visual. Are you on,
Is AT&T
No,
up?
I'm just dialing in. I
Okay.
didn't have the link, the visual link to me, so just hear audio.
okay,
Okay.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So we're going to go back to the vote for item F1 audits, for items F1C, F1D, and F1E. We had taken everyone else's vote on this item. It was a motion to adopt the board's recommendation on the audits, and we are here to collect the Controller Cohen's vote. Ms. Cohen, what is your vote?
My vote is aye. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. So recorded.
Thank you.
Do we have to get our vote on each item, or are you doing all of them
We
at
did
once?
it, we took a vote as all total.
Okay.
So she could only vote as a total as well. So she cannot vote individually.
All righty? Yes.
All righty, so we're going to continue on to our next items on the agenda
Yes, Ms.
in
Machete?
order.
Okay.
We left off on item K3, so we're going to go to item K4, which is Property Tax Deputy Director's Report. K4A is operational updates, report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues, including letters to the assessors, appraisal, training, and certification, and state assessed property. This item will be presented by Mr. Young.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Vasquez, Vice Chair Lieber, honorable members of the board. My name is David Young, and for the record, I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. With me, I have my team, Ms. Glenna Schultz, which will present the County Assessed Properties Division's updates, and Mr. McCool, who will present the State Assessed Properties update. But I will first start with a brief update as to our efforts in promulgating the two Prop 19 rules. So the two Prop 19 rules, as you will recall, is Rule 462.520 for the intergenerational transfer and 462.540, which is for the base year transfers. We were successful in getting the extension on those emergency rules. So those emergency rules will be effective until March 19th of this year. That will give us a little bit of time to complete making those two rules permanent. As you will recall, we were asked to republish those two rules for public comment. That was completed. The last day to submit written comments was actually yesterday. So we typically give them an extra day or two in case somebody actually mailed comments in, so for us to review. With that, we will address any comments that we will receive and hopefully complete the process of turning those two rules from temporary to basically a permanent rule. So that is my update as to the projects going on with the Property Tax Department. I'm available for any questions you may have. If not, I will turn over to Ms. Schultz for the next two presentations.
Seeing no hands, I guess we can continue.
Thank you very much. Ms. Schultz, are you available for the letters to assessors?
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I'm Glenna Schultz, Principal Property Appraiser in the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. In addition, the memo provides a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff has issued a total of 8 LTAs for calendar year 2023. Those 8 LTAs are summarized as follows. An LTA to issue an assessment sampling survey report for Imperial County, an LTA to issue the 2022 Salary and Benefits Survey Report, an LTA to announce the vessel valuation factors for lien date 2023, an LTA to issue the property tax forms list, an LTA to issue an assessment practices survey report for Kings County, an LTA to issue a 15-day notice to amend Property Tax Rule 462.540, an LTA to issue a 15-day notice to amend Property Tax Rule 462.520, and an LTA to issue the California Standard Flight Times Table. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions?
I was going to say, I just want to make sure for the record, Ms. Cohen, I believe, is still on the line.
That's correct, but I'm actually dropping off now. So good afternoon and goodbye, everyone. Keep up the good work. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for. I was going to ask her if she had a question, but I guess not. So we can continue, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. I will now provide a brief report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program. For fiscal year 2022-23, we have scheduled 33 classes, both in-person and virtual. In addition to these classes, we have scheduled 3 workshops, one on mineral property, one on geothermal property, and one on taxable possessory interests. To date, we have completed 23 of the 33 classes and the workshop on mineral property. Since the last board meeting, we have taught 4 more classes. We also continue to offer our existing online training courses available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses available on the BOE's website, plus our self-study training sessions also available on the BOE's website. With this combination of different types of teaching formats being offered and utilizing more staff from other sources, we anticipate being able to far surpass the number of courses offered and the number of students taught in recent years. This concludes my report on training and certification, and I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Seeing no hands, I guess we can continue.
Thank you.
Mr. McCool?
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division, and today I will provide a brief update on the status of ongoing work in our division. Staff are continuing to prepare for the upcoming appraisal season. We have recently published our annual condition percent good factors and the remaining economic life table to the agency's open data portal. We are still working on the replacement cost new factors, and we hope to have those published on the data portal soon. And as I've mentioned in previous months, utilization of the open data portal is a new approach for our group, and we're excited about adding to that going forward. We are also focusing a lot of attention on the annual capitalization rate study, which we're on track to complete in early to mid-March. Finally, we're already starting to receive some of the annual state assessed property statements, which are due on March 1st, and staff are busy working on those. That, of course, means that we will be very busy the next few months working on the unitary state assessed appraisals. That concludes my report on the status of ongoing work in our division for this month, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Seeing no hands, I have just one quick one, Mr. McCool.
Sure.
On your update, I'm glad to hear that we are providing data that is not only useful, but useful as well, usable, I should say, as well. Providing the data that is compatible with external users, in my opinion, will certainly speed up some of the processes that we make and hopefully a little bit more accurate. Can we make all data, not just some, in compatible format that assessees can use?
So we are actually in the early stages of trying to convert all of our public-facing data into data that is that we can transport or upload into the open data portal. We've selected some of our annual factors to start with, and we have a little bit of a lead time creating the data sets templates for the open data portal. That's proven to be more time-consuming than we initially thought. But as we go forward, once those templates are created with our partners in the Technology Services Division, it should be much easier for us to upload our data annually into the data portal. So yes, as we go on, we look to expand the amount of data that we can have on the Open Data Portal.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I think that's all I have. I don't see no other hands, so we'll continue.
That concludes
All
our
the
report.
reports.
So thank you.
Ms. Cicchetti?
The
what's our
next item on the agenda, yes, is the Executive Director's Report, K5, Legislative, Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report, K5A, Legislative Issues, Update on Administrative and Program-Related Legislative Bills Impacting BOE. This item will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Good afternoon, Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today I'll provide a report on the workload of our Legislative Research and Statistics Division. The last day to submit bills was Friday, February 17th, and we are tracking and monitoring bills that could impact the BOE's tax programs or our administration. Attached to today's agenda is a listing of these bills that we captured as of Friday morning, so there may be more that are not on that list. Staff are currently working on in-depth analyses for these items, and once complete, the analyses will be provided to you and posted on our website. Additionally, we continue to track the 3 agency legislative proposals approved by the board in November 2022. These include 2 proposals affecting the alcoholic beverage tax to increase the efficiency administration of the program with no fiscal impact, and another technical proposal affecting our property tax program, which clarifies changes made by Prop 19 and SB 539. This concludes my report, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. I know you're filling in some big shoes here,
Really big shoes.
so I'm going to go real easy on you right here. But-
Okay.
But I did notice, and I guess it's out of the 13, well, you listed, the ones you listed for us and you provided us, out of the 13 property tax related bills on the legislative calendar, at least 7, maybe even 9 deal directly with exemptions. So it's clearly that property tax exemptions are receiving significant attention in the legislature, which is, I think is good.
Yes.
And moving forward, there was the ones that I really want to get an analysis, but I think it's maybe a little premature because you've just received these yourself. But I just want to give you a heads up, is SB 320,
Okay.
AB 84, and AB 362. Looking forward to the bill analysis on those, as when you find some time to do those,
We'll try to get those done soon.
I'd appreciate it. I don't know if anybody else has any other, Mr. Schaefer, Member Schaefer, go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Renati, since Mr. Weatherby left us, you've taken over his chores, and I guess you'd been involved with him before that. Are we going to be needing to replace him, or can you, we look forward to you being our guru in this topic?
We're actively recruiting for the vacant position. It's currently posted on the Cal Careers website with a final filing date, I think, of March 2nd. So anyone that's interested in applying should do so and join the merit hiring process.
Sure. Well, I appreciate all you bring.
You cannot apply, Mike.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would rattle too many cages. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it, unless there's other, I don't see no other hands. Thank you.
All righty.
Ms. Cicchetti, what,
Yeah.
oh,
Mr. Chair?
Vice Chair Labor, yes.
I was wondering if you could repeat the numbers of the bills
Oh,
that you're
sure.
particularly interested in. I think some of our careful listeners would be appreciative of getting those again.
Yes, it's SB 320, AB 84, and AB 362. And just so I guess people know, since you're right, the listeners, SB 320 was introduced by Skinner. AB 84 was by Ward, And AB 362, I believe, was by Lee.
Thank
So
you.
for those that might be following those. And I had some real specific questions on it, but I'll hold them until we get back our analysis. Thank you for that. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if we can continue.
Yes, we can. We're up to item L, board member requested matters. We're up to item L1, new matters. L1A, agenda structure update. Discuss the board meeting agenda template and the procedures for board modification and approval. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Members.
Mr. Vasquez, before we go further, I apologize. I looked at my notes, and I failed to go to public comment for all the executive director reports.
Okay,
And
let's
so
do that.
before we proceed to the L items, I'd like to make a correction. I'd like to, at this time, make for the record that we have nobody in the boardroom, and I have no written comments for the executive director reports. We're going to go to the AT&T moderator at this time to see if we have anyone on the line. AT&T moderator, can you please tell us if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding the executive director reports?
As a reminder, for comment by phone, press 10 on your phone's keypad, please. And we have no listeners that have queued up.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Then we'll go to the L items. So L1A is the agenda structure update.
Thank you. Members, I would like to postpone this matter to next month.
Oh, yes, I'm on, okay.
Oh, is somebody talking? We good? Okay.
Somebody was mumbling.
Yeah,
I thought I was going to hurt some of myself, too.
is that AT&T or something?
Yeah, AT&T.
Okay. We can hear you, AT&T. Okay. I would like to collaborate moving forward with our executive director and propose for some consideration as we look to possibly modify the agenda and possibly look at the board reference manual. So, in this item to be considered, hopefully, I think by next month, and I'm looking at my executive director, if that's sufficient time.
That's fine, sir. The pleasure of the board. But I will say that when we do prepare the agenda each month, we do look and work through the board reference manual and the board workload and calendar that the board approved in September of last year, including every constitutional and statutory item that we need to address. But I'm more than happy to work with your office for any further clarification on changing the agenda format.
Appreciate it. Yes, Vice Chair, Ms. Vice Chair Lieber?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I looked through the proposed format that was attached to the item, and I very much appreciate how much more readable it is and digestible and understandable. And I really strongly support the moving the public comment on items that are not on the agenda up to the beginning. I think that's standard for just about every deliberative body in California. And I think it really gives taxpayers who would want to comment on matters and they aren't sure when during the year it might come up, or they just need to make their view heard, that they can do it at the beginning and not have to monitor a full day of activities and kind of stay tethered to the computer and the phone and whatnot. So I'd like to move towards the new format as expeditiously as we can, just in terms of readability and standardization and clarity for the members of the public that are digesting the agenda.
I would second that if it's a motion moving forward. I think it's criminal to have somebody have to wait all day to find out when they can be heard. They come here for one isolated item, we come here for the whole calendar, and we can sit for the whole calendar, but it's unfair to them. And I would like to see, when we finish the Pledge of Allegiance, we just get them on and off and out of our way so we can go forward without any further inconvenience to the taxpayers.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lieber, Member Schaefer. That is one of our goals, was to move that up earlier on the agenda. I believe it was after roll call and the approval of the prior board minutes, following Robert's Rule of Order. And we did, as part of our goal to modernize the BOE and our strategic plan, we did take a look at other public bodies and how they structure their agenda, and was basically following their format. I recognize that this is a change. And change for some may be a challenge, especially for those of us who's been around for quite some time. I've been dealing with the board agenda since 2007, 2008. And this is change, but it's a good change. So I appreciate the support and hope that we could move forward in modernizing our agenda format.
Through the chair, if I
Oh, yes,
if I
go
may,
ahead.
I just wanted to answer Mr. Schaefer's question about, is this a motion? Well, it can't be because it's not noticed as an action item. But I think that we can be more effective and appear as effective as we are if we kind of modernize it a little bit. I think sometimes it's very hard for folks to understand maybe why is it starting with item K or whatnot, and it becomes kind of, well, why is it not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
So, Ms. Lieber, I don't think we need a formal motion on a lot of these things because I think they're housekeeping and they're discretion of whoever's making up the calendar. And I can't see Mr. Nanjo or anyone else raising an objection to the informality of such things as, in what order do we call the calendar,
Actually, to all due respect to the chairman, I think he was asking us to put it over, but it is actually on the agenda as an action item.
Yeah, so members, Chairman Vasquez, Vice Chair Lieber, honorable members of the board, Henry Nanjo again. Yes, Ms. Stowers is correct. The L items are listed for possible action, so you could take an action on it. Just to review for the board members procedurally, what happened is this is an item that was placed on the agenda by Chairman Vasquez, and as it is his item, it is his discretion to put it over or not. But the board can have a discussion, the board can attempt to change Chairman Vasquez's mind. Those are all fair items, but that procedurally what's happened is it was agendized, it is agendized for possible action, but because it is the chairman's item, he has elected to put it over. Hope that clarifies things.
I think so. Well, Member Gaines, go ahead.
If I could just make a couple of comments.
Sure.
Just in general about the agenda. So will we be able to craft the agenda in such a way that when we know that we're going to have individuals speak on a particular issue, that would be either at the front of the meeting or we would have an estimated time of when we'd get to that part of the agenda to discuss it?
It depends on the actual topic.
Okay.
If it's something that we have to decide as our constitutional function or statutorial, that would be the first part of the agenda. That's our recommendation, is to start with the order,
Okay.
roll call, and do those items next. And then the operational reports, my report and all of my staff report would follow.
Okay.
If there's a public policy hearing that we are going to have, we will have the flexibility of putting it up front.
Okay.
If it's a board member item, we will have the flexibility. What I'm proposing is what Vice Chair Lieber said, is to move away from A, B, C, D, and E, and just have the description of the item. If we know we're going to have a public policy hearing, let's say we're going to have it on Proposition 19. We know it, we plan for it, it's on the agenda, and we set it at a time that's best suited for the public, the members, and your speakers.
That's great. Yeah, I love those ideas. And Tony, you think we need a little time to refine it before we make a decision? Is that?
That's where I'm like, because we've had some conversations, but we really haven't been able to resolve a couple of the issues that we're kind of discussing now.
Okay, all right.
And hearing your feedback, I think has been helpful.
Okay.
Because I think you're actually weighing in and helping, at least myself. And now when I regroup with the executive director,
Good.
hopefully we'll come back with something that we all can agree on here. And I think the public comment is one key one that we were looking at already. The other one we always, and it actually happens sometimes when you're sitting in these meetings, when you see an elected official, you usually try to be respectful of their time and allow for that.
We tried that this morning.
We did, and he seemed to be open. He was flexible, or at
He
least
said he could be back. I tried to get him on now because I'd like to hear what he has to say. Any of our assessors, whatever they say is important.
Yes. And he's in the queue, and he's listed in here to come back, so hopefully that'll happen. But
Yeah, well.
I think we should be
Yeah, I'll just
flexible on that.
follow the chair's lead in terms of how you want to handle that.
I think we could work
Go
on
from
it,
there.
that we could be more flexible, sir.
Yes.
And our agenda and to reflect our workload. So I look forward to working with your office. I do like the idea of having our agenda identify as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 as items, and knowing that these items are being placed on the agenda. What we do behind the scene is based on our workload and what you guys approved in September. We have a template that we are following. So nothing, I promise you, nothing will be overlooked. We are a date-driven agency. And we know what we have to do. We know from this point, from now to June, I will have a report on assessors asking for an extension of time. We know in May that we're going to set the value for the state assessees. We know February, we had our opportunity for the public to comment, and we're going to do it again in July. We know in November, December, we're going to possibly have hearings, petitions. We know our cycle, and we follow it. Board proceedings, excellent. So,
I appreciate that, Executive Director Stowers. Thank you.
So, Chairman Vasquez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lieber, members of the board, you do have the flexibility if you want to for next month, either from next month on or just for next month. If you want to move the N item out of order to the beginning of the agenda, that's the public comment on matters not on the agenda, you could do that. Obviously, to Executive Director Stowers' point's kind of odd because you have N before A, but other than that, it is your agenda to do what you wish. So that is something that you could do if you wish to.
and before A is odd.
And it sounds like there's a consensus on
There's a
that, so
consensus. So we could
we
work
could do
on-
that, and then we'll work
Let's-
with
let's
the
work on
numeration.
how we
Yes.
deal with it,
Yes.
and make it easy for everyone to follow without talking.
User-friendly as much as
User-friendly.
possible.
That's all we want, is a
Yes.
very user-friendly agenda to be as transparent as possible.
That's great. I
That works.
appreciate Chair Vasquez for bringing this issue up. It'll be
Thank you
nice
all.
and simpler.
Ms. Cicchetti, I think we're ready to go.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is L, Board Member Requested Matters, L2, Board Member Initiatives. L2A is Proposal for Public Policy Hearing on an Assessment Appeals Board Training Course to be offered through the County Councils Association of California. Schedule a public policy hearing regarding a training course on Assessment Appeals Board property tax rules and procedures to be offered voluntarily through the County Councils Association of California.
Yes, members, as I stated in my revised February 17th memo to you, this is a proposal to approve the offer submitted by Mr. Thomas Parker, County of Los Angeles Senior Deputy County Council on February 15th to assist in drafting the AAB County Council Training Course covering Property Tax Rules 301-326. As Mr. Parker states in his remarks that you were sent, and that we'll read into the record, he has been authorized by the county to proceed with the development of a training course based on timeline that is reasonable for his work schedule, and he will submit the draft to the executive director on completion. I will collaborate with Ms. Stowers and legal and property tax departments to schedule their review of the materials and determine a timetable. I will then ask the board to set a hearing date to allow public discussion with stakeholders prior to any approval. Regarding the use of the course by the County Councils Association, Mr. Parker is authorized by them to confirm 3 things. Number 1, at any county council training course produced by the board will be made available to county tax attorneys for their review and reference. 2, that the association will not direct or require that it be used at a specific event, but the individuals involved in setting up the conference events may decide to use it at various times or not, as they determine. And number 3, the association will not claim it as their own, but it will remain as the board's course. At this time, I ask Ms. Cicchetti if Mr. Parker's statement could be read into the record and be available.
Yes, be happy to. From Mr. Parker. My name is Thomas Parker. I am a senior deputy county counsel for Los Angeles County and counsel to the Los Angeles County Assessment Appeals Board, LAAAB. I have practiced property tax law since 1994. I apologize that I cannot appear in person or by telephone before your board today. I am out of the office on personal family matters from 17 to 22 February 2023. Regarding the item on the possible development of AAB council training on the State Board of Equalization AAB-related procedural rules, 301 to 326, I offer the following comments for the State Board's consideration. 1. I am authorized by the Statewide County Councils Association to say that an AAB council training produced by the SBOE will be made available to county tax attorneys for their review and reference as they may choose to use. The association does not and will not adopt such training as their own. Additionally, each association study group for the different areas of municipal law sets its own agendas for the association conferences. The individuals creating the agendas for each study group will vary over time. It is not possible for the association leadership to direct that any particular topic be presented at any conference. 2, I appear before the State Board today only representing myself. I offer no recommendation to the State Board either for or against the production of such proposed training. Neither does my employer, the County of Los Angeles, offer any position for or against the idea. 3, I am volunteering to assist with the production of draft AAB council training materials regarding Rules 301 to 326 for review by your board's legal staff and your board's ultimate review if your board chooses to go forward with this proposed project at any point in time. 4, I am also not offering any view or recommendation regarding the timing of the production of AAB council training material regarding Rules 301 to 326, should your board decide to authorize the effort beyond suggesting a reasonable time period that allows me to also carry out my Los Angeles County Council assignments as they arise. Thank you for your consideration of these comments and remarks. Thomas R. Parker.
Thank you. Members, do we have any comments or questions? Yes, Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you, Chair. It seems like this would be a very beneficial thing, given that it needs to be happening for individuals who are a member of an AAB. Would this have staffing impacts for the BOE to be developing this?
Thank you, Vice Chair Lieber, for that question. Let me start with a little background. The issue of providing training for county council has been raised for at least a year or two. I believe most recently the assessors in your district expressed a desire, and we met with the assessors, and staff was basically asked, what type of training do you think county council would like to have? And we said we do have training that we provide for the new members, AAB members. And could we look at that training and tailor that training to what council would like to have? Because yes, it will create a staffing issue. We, up until Mr. Parker offer, we did not have any idea what type of training that county council wanted. Now county council is basically saying, let's look at the procedure rules, property tax rules 301 to 326. We have, those are our rules. They wrote them. They're in our assessment appeal board manual. So it's not going to take a lot, but it will require some effort as far as staffing. Very grateful and very supportive of Mr. Parker's offer to go through and highlight the different rules that he viewed will be beneficial for county council. And based on his workload, once he has that outline training available, I will work with my legal team and look at it and just make sure that it's in line with what we've already have available. But this is a step in the right direction. But I'm always concerned about staffing and staff capacity. And when I saw what he was talking about, my staff told me they at the time frame that we were first looking at, they didn't have the capacity to turn it around in 30 days. But it now seems like this is going to be it's going to take Mr. Parker some time. So then once he does his, then we will look at it, we will review it, we will work and getting it back on our calendar for the board to review. So it's feasible.
Thank you, Executive Director Stowers. I appreciate the passion and rolling up your sleeves and getting ready to get to work on this issue. Chair Vasquez, I applaud the work you are doing in county council training, and I appreciate Mr. Parker coming in on this issue. Since Controller Cohen's tenure as chair, the Controller is working with Second District assessors and will be presenting a comprehensive county council training proposal as well as an initiative that may provide legal counsel support to our county assessors. I look forward to putting this on the agenda at a future date. I'll be sure to keep the chair's office in the loop. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Just a side note, there's no statute that require us to provide training to county council. So if that's the direction that we're going to look for, is to provide them mandate training for them, then we need legislation and we need staffing. If that's the direction of desire of the board and the counties.
Question through the chair.
Yes, Member Gaines.
Just in terms of clarity on that particular statement. So what exactly are we providing? What is our commitment?
Our commitment right now is not to county council at all. We are mandated by, and I don't have the statute in front of me, but we are mandated by, well, new members to the Assessment Appeal Board, they are required to go through training.
Okay.
And the training, that manual itself is online. It's about 500 pages. And then we have some questions, test questions that you can answer. And you get a pass or fail grade. But they're not mandated to take our training. Their county can send them to another type of training.
Okay.
And then they should have training, and they should do the training course before they sit on their appeals board. But it's the clerk of the board, of the supervisor of the county, that regulates whether or not they completed their training. We, the Board of Equalization, we do not have any oversight over county council. They are independent of us. So we have to be really clear and careful about what we're saying. And that's why Mr. Parker said he's volunteering to do it, but they're not really committing that they're going to have their county council go through it. It will just be another tool in their toolkit when they're advising their board members, just like your staff and their tools in their toolkit when they're advising you.
So we're providing advice for a training program that will be administered by county councils? Are we helping them with
Yeah,
their,
we're helping.
with their
yes,
curriculum?
With their
or-
curriculum. We will look at what they have. We'll confirm that what Mr. Parker is saying is in line with our property tax rules, our procedure rules. We have rules on how to conduct an assessment appeal hearing.
Okay.
We have rules on evidence. We have rules on, third-party information.
Okay.
So we would look and make sure that what Mr. Parker is saying is correct based on our existing rules.
Okay. Is there any way that we can, at some point, take a look at that workbook? You said it's a self-study program?
It's a self-study. It's our book.
Yeah.
The last time we updated that manual was in 2015.
Okay.
And what we've done since then, when we have a change in a property tax rule, we just annotate it within the manual. So you could be reading, and we recently changed, I'm going to go with property tax rule 305. And so instead of having a whole new chapter on 305, where we talk about it, we annotate it, and you link, and you can read 305.
Okay.
And, Mr. Young? Am I accurate on this, please? Okay, good. Okay.
So I'm just trying to figure out, in terms of county council, are they, because a 500-page workbook, I mean, that's a lot of work for someone who's volunteering to serve on an assessment appeals board, if I'm understanding this clearly. So are the county council coming up with something that is more streamlined and a little quicker process?
I think so. When I saw Mr. Parker's outline, it was still very intense.
Okay.
But the fact that he is just talking about property tax rule 301 to 326, and there's some pretty heavy rules.
Okay.
But Mr. Parker realized the importance of those rules, and he's willing to make them more accessible to
Okay.
his colleagues.
In his curriculum that they're
Yeah.
developing? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ms. Lieber.
Now, are the rules 301 to 326 already included in the training that's for the individuals who are joining an AAB?
Yes, they are already part of our material. Mr. Young?
Yes, that is correct. Our materials are set up around our assessment appeals manual. It's available online. It's not quite 500 pages, but it is a lengthy volume of writing and guidance.
And so would this be basically opening up that training for members of county council, or would it be creating an entirely new track? I'm more accustomed to you know, and there are individual topics, it's, I guess, the Bar Association or someone who creates those, and you see that you can get continuing legal education points for attending various things. And so this would be an entirely new process.
I don't presume to speak for Mr. Parker, but the material that, the outline that he's at least floated to us earlier, it focuses mainly on just those rules, and those rules are a part of already existing training. So, so there is a little bit of a parallel there.
In which they are welcome to utilize.
Okay.
Chairman Vasquez, Vice Chair Lieber, members of the board, to provide a little more information to Vice Chair Lieber on your question. We, the BOE, are not a state bar authorized MCLE provider. So if we were to give courses, the county councils would not get MCLE or continuing legal education credit for that, which is why in my discussions with Mr. Parker, I suggested that if, obviously that's a big incentive to county councils to get their mandatory continuing legal education, it would have to be a course that was given by the County Councils Association or sponsored by a certified MCLE provider. That being said, we could assist potentially on teaching those courses, but that discussion has not occurred. So one of the things that's an open question is, once these materials are developed, who actually is going to be teaching these courses?
And if I may follow
Sure,
on
go
with
ahead.
another question. So what's being envisioned in our agenda today is that this would get bounced back on us to make a decision about the curriculum in March. So,
I think not. I think what's being envisioned now, and excuse me, sir, if I'm speaking out of turn, right now, we're now saying Mr. Parker would go ahead and design the training material. He will present it to us. We will review it for correctness. And then we would put it back on our calendar for the board's members to review and approve.
And we would also include the stakeholders, because we had a pretty lengthy discussion about this about a little over a year ago.
Right, I mean.
Because
anything-
right now, he's acting really as an individual.
He's acting as an individual, so you want to have,
Make sure
I'm
we
not
have
sure,
all
when you say
people on
stakeholders, are
board.
you talking all county council? Are you talking assessors? Are you talking tax consultants and agents?
Well, I think the folks that we had, remember when we did the hearing, I think it was a little over a year ago, and this is where it kind of grew out of. And I think we need, just to be transparent, I think we need to get back, because they might come up with, they might be tweaking this or saying, wait a minute, this is going too far or whatever.
So are you talking about reconvening a work group?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're talking, it's some time here
Yeah.
involved.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the best way.
Right?
Is-
That's what I was envisioning.
Let's get the material, as a board member, you guys can reconvene. It was called, that time, I think it was called the remote hearing work group.
I believe so.
But you may want to
Change
consider
that.
something else. It's your call. And from there, we can engage the public. But I think I've said enough.
Nice. Yeah, you're right, because I think when we first received this document, I believe it was somebody, I don't know if it was the legal department or something, that looked at it and they said, it was probably about 500 pages at that point. And now I think he realized that he's kind of zeroed in on these three areas now. And that still might be a bit of a task.
Yeah, Chairman Vasquez, I
Yes.
think suffice it to say at this point, from what I understand, the ball is in Mr. Parker's court.
Yes.
Excuse me.
And if there's a consensus up here, I was going to just propose that maybe we could move it and officially put it back to him to produce this document. Then it would come back to staff and ourselves, and then if we think it's something that's reasonable and doable, I would suggest that we then go back to our stakeholders that were part of that original discussion and see if there's a buy-in. And, of course, you know, staff, you'd be weighing in terms of what, the practicality of it, if this is something that's doable, given your staff levels.
Definitely. We will
Yeah.
definitely weigh in and make sure that, you know, the rules 301 to 326, it's a lot. They're
Right.
extensive. So we will definitely weigh in and make sure that his interpretation is accurate. And I have all the confidence in Mr. Parker and his legal knowledge that it will be accurate. Stakeholders,
Yes. Yes,
If I
Vice
may,
Chair Lieber, go ahead.
I'd be very comfortable with that kind of stepwise approach where we say that we're, you know, appreciative of Mr. Parker putting his content together and his knowledge, and we can take a look at it, and then, you know, maybe come back to see if we're able to invest in the time in a full stakeholder process, or if the controller has a process and we can hear about that. So kind of take it as a stepwise situation. I'd be comfortable with being a new person up here and not having had the benefit of being at the hearing back, you know, a year ago. I think that would be a beneficial course of action.
Great.
okay, sounds like we got a two-pronged approach then.
So what,
Mr. Parker and Controller Cohen. And working
so am I
together.
hearing a motion that we allow him to draft, I guess, his training course that then would be submitted to our legal and property tax departments for this future,
Let me
hearing?
state the
Or what we
motion, let me state the motion just so that we're not running afoul with any other rule that we have to work with.
please do so.
Let's, may I say that we allow Mr. Parker to draft the training material and submit to me, and I will direct your executive director to review it and develop a timeline on when it will be presented back to the board members for approval. And that way, that keeps us on track of what our mandates are.
So do we have, so is that, it sounds like Vice Chair Lieber is going to move that, and I will second that. And if there's no other comments or questions, I guess we officially could take a, do we need to go out to the public first? Or
Yes,
could-
we do.
Let's go see, because there might be people listening on this one.
Don't have anybody in the audience, and I have no public comments on this, so we're going to go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Folks on the phone, to comment on this item, press 10 at this time, please. And none of the callers have queued up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then with that, why don't we go ahead and take a roll call vote on this?
Sure.
Mr. Chickadee?
Chair Vasquez,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye?
Member Schaefer,
Aye?
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
So that's unanimous, so then it'll come back to staff, and then you'll present it to us.
Yes.
Thank you, folks. And with that, Ms. Chickadee, if you would call our next item.
Next item on the agenda is L2, Board Member Initiatives. L2B, Proposal to reconvene Property Tax Workforce Planning Board Work Group. Establish a schedule to reconvene the Workforce Planning Work Group with the California Assessors Association and county assessors from large, medium, and small counties to continue efforts to develop educational opportunities, recruitment and training solutions for county assessors' offices and the BOE in building a pipeline of skilled talent needed now and in future years.
Thank you. With that, I know we have a speaker here. Should we take them up first? And this is our, it's actually Member Gaines. You want to introduce your assessor here?
Yes, I just wanted to introduce John DeVille, who is our new county assessor in El Dorado County, and I appreciate his willingness to come forward and speak on this issue in reference to the Workforce Planning Work Group. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Chair Vasquez and other honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is John DeVille. I'm the El Dorado County Assessor. I'm here to speak in support of the Workforce Work Group initiative. Like many other assessors' offices throughout the state, El Dorado County faces challenges with recruiting, retention, training, and staying competitive in regards to salary compensation. El Dorado County is a small to mid-sized county, the rural value of roughly 40 billion, and we're considered a rural county. We've had a number of recent retirements, lost staff to other counties, and have had staff leave property tax administration altogether. Recruiting qualified staff has been difficult, like many other assessors' offices throughout the state. Not being able to effectively replace experienced staff that had years of institutional knowledge impacts our ability to conduct fair and accurate assessments efficiently. Putting the workforce work group into action and successfully meeting the objectives of the program could strongly benefit assessors' offices throughout the state and will put us in a better place to fairly and accurately assess property and serve the public. Here's what El Dorado County and many other small counties don't have right now. We don't have a comprehensive training program for new appraisers and auditor appraisers. I estimate it takes roughly 80 to 160 hours of intense training to get a new appraiser ready to conduct an appraisal on their own. And like other larger counties, small counties don't have dedicated training staff. We have to pull our senior appraisers or our supervising appraiser to train the staff, and that causes delays. And I think a training solution that we could share as a resource throughout the state, where assessors' offices could train staff through this solution, I think we could save time training folks, and then we could keep those people that are doing the training and causing delays on their desk. Secondly, we don't have a viable pool of qualified appraisers that we can recruit from. In our South Lake Tahoe office, it took over 5 months to fill a vacancy for an appraiser, and luckily that person liked skiing, and he was willing to move up to South Lake Tahoe, or else we probably couldn't. We'd still have a vacancy up there. So, being able to work with the California community colleges to develop a program where we could broaden our pool to recruit from, I think would be very helpful. And then lastly, having competitive salaries that we can offer to employees, I think is really important. We lose staff to other counties. The appraiser 1 classification in El Dorado County is 9% behind Placer County. That causes struggles. Sac County has many classifications that we're behind as well. So if the workforce work group could work on making salaries more competitive, providing information to us assessors to go back to their boards to raise salaries, I think it would be important. I think the workforce group is something that should be supported, and I welcome any pathways that would assist assessors' offices with the recruiting, retaining staff, training, and making salaries more competitive for property tax professionals.
Thank you. Let me just kind of bring us back, because as I was looking to my right, our Vice Chair Lieber wasn't part of this discussion earlier, so I'm going to just kind of refresh and go back to what some of the discussions we had. I guess it was over well, it's actually, I want to say it was my 2 years ago when we first started this thing. And it's, for those that were involved with it, sorry about the repetitiveness here, but just to bring up our vice chair, you know, when we started this discussion, it was sometime, like I said, I think it was in October, I think, 2020. And we identified this problem, which, and it varies between the rural and then, of course, the urban counties. And Member Gaines and myself, we were trying to get this program going with some of the community colleges, and that was a bit of a challenge. And so we are still working with possibly a pilot program that could happen out of LA. And one of our next speaker will probably address that, Jeff Prang in LA, because there seems to be an appetite, at least there. And I know up here, which you just mentioned, it's kind of difficult to attract folks in some of the rural areas, and that's what we're up against. But I think if there's the appetite and the willingness from this board, I think we might want to reconvene that group and continue this conversation. And even if it, like I said, goes back to a pilot, in the pilot form in one of the urban counties, and then hopefully then take it into the rural areas and see if there's a way that we could somehow attract or entice folks to get involved in some of these more ag counties, because the problem doesn't seem to be going away. It's actually getting worse, I'm hearing. And in the larger counties, it's really bad, as you'll hear a little bit later from my assessor in LA. So I'm thinking that, and I don't know if it's being a little too aggressive, and I'm looking at Ms. Stowers here, that maybe if we could try to bring this, I don't know if we could bring it back in March or April. I'm just thinking of in terms of our timetable here and our workload here.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. I think if you're going to reconvene your work group, and you want to have your large, medium, and small counties involved, we need to reach out to them and consider their calendar
Right.
and their schedule, because they are working
They're on deadline, I'm
they're
sure,
working
right
on
now, yeah.
closing the road right now.
Yeah.
So, not sure of their availability. I also would like, if I may, I know,
Yes.
is Assessor Prang going to speak, or?
Is he in the queue, or is he coming up? I think he's coming up next, but
Okay.
I'm not sure. Well, right now, I don't know what time.
There he is.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
I'm here.
You know what, let me let you go ahead, because you were part of our original discussions, and I know we've had some conversations with you and the community college, LA community colleges, and if you could just kind of give us an update, if there is an update, and even if it isn't an update, just kind of bring us up to speed, because we do have a new member here, our Vice Chair Lieber, who wasn't part of that discussion or didn't have the opportunity to participate back in 2020.
I'll give you a very quick overview, just
Thanks.
refresh the new member. LA County is the largest assessment agency in the United States. We have about 2.5 million parcels and business assessments, which last year were valued at just under $2 trillion. We are the only county in California which has its own comprehensive and fully developed training program. It is roughly a 5 to 6 month classroom training program, as well as another 6 months of field training, and this is all done in a classroom setting. On a typical year, we would lose anywhere between 25 to 35 appraisers due to attrition, primarily through retirement. Historically, we could reasonably manage 1 or 2 classes of appraiser trainees of around 30 students each. So if we just did 1 class a year, we were barely keeping up with our attrition. We started to seek other solutions to try to recruit, onboard, and train new appraisers, primarily due to what could have been a crisis back in 2020, when there's a ballot measure that would have required us to nearly double the number of our appraisers had that measure passed, and it was virtually impossible for us to do that in-house. And we thought that a reasonable strategy would be to work with local colleges to move some of the training out of the government and into the community colleges. We decided after that ballot measure failed that this was still a prudent approach.
Here he is.
Throughout Los Angeles County, particularly the Los Angeles Community College District. And we have 2 programs initiated and 1 underway. The primary program is dealing with appraiser trainees. Right now, we are hiring our appraisers, but we are moving them to West Los Angeles College to do a couple of the approaches to value for these students. Long-term, our hope is that the community college will be able to provide training to anybody who wants to take it. That training will meet with our standards, and our standards are vetted by the Board of Equalization. So theoretically, somebody could take the appropriate classes at West LA College, and when they're done, they should be able to sit for the final examination and then be able to be certified as a real estate appraiser by the Board of Equalization. That's one program. We also are expanding a position within our department called Appraiser Assistant. This one requires 2 years of education instead of 4 years. We are working with Rio Hondo College, and they are providing training to prospective appraiser assistants. The people who go through that program do not have assurance of a job at the end. Hopefully, we're going to have more people that we can draw from than there will be positions available. And then there's a third position in our department called ownership technician. These are people who read deeds and building permits to determine whether a reassessable event has occurred. And we're getting ready to they also go through a year-long training program, and we're looking to initiate a program with Mount San Antonio College to train ownership technicians. I invited onto this call today Dara Smith, who's the Director of Operations, as well as Jackie Irwin, who is our Chief Appraiser for our training unit, should you have some questions that exceed my personal knowledge and expertise. But that's, so far, we've right now putting our second class of appraisers through the program at West LA College, as well as a second cohort through Rio Hondo. So thus far, it's been very successful, and we are looking to expand this program.
Thank you, Assessor Prang. From a large county perspective, what is your greatest challenge, you think, moving forward now?
So from a large county perspective, the time it takes, and I'm sure that you experience this well at the state level, but it takes about 9 months to recruit, vet, onboard, and to get a new employee started. So as fast as we're working to bring in new employees, people are leaving, retiring, so it's kind of one step forward, one step back. Hopefully this community college program will help us to have a pool of pre-trained applicants that will ensure that we can fill those vacancies faster and reduce the amount of time that we have to train them.
Thank you. Member Gaines, do we have any questions for?
Thank you very much. I was just remembering when I met you, Assessor Prang, and down in LA, and you gave me an overview. I think this is around 2019 or so, after I was elected, but you gave an overview of your operation, which was very impressive. But you spoke then of the challenges that you were having with getting enough staffing, and then of course we had the pandemic, which created all sorts of challenges. So I'm really happy that the issue is coming back forward today. But there were discussions even up here with trying to have that curriculum that you're discussing, describing here available through the Los Rios Community College District. We also spoke to Sierra College at the time. And so it'd be nice if we could continue those discussions, because you've rolled it out in LA, and I think it's a great template. I know that we had discussed this in earlier meetings, so happy that this is coming forward. I did have a question for you in reference to a private sector appraiser. With the real estate market slowing down, which is, unfortunate in terms of jobs for folks, but does that present an opportunity for private sector appraisers to help fill some of your positions?
I don't think so, and forgive me, I can't cite any evidence right now, but I have read that private industry appraisers, that field is also struggling, and that they've had a significant reduction in the number of appraisers that are going into that field. There is a difference in how government appraisers do their job for enrolling property on the tax rolls to how a private appraiser does it. They're not necessarily trained the same way. It would be that would be a difficult transition, and frankly, I don't believe there are sufficient numbers of private appraisers even if we could come into some type of program. I don't think there's enough of them to do the job.
Yeah, okay. Would the training period be any shorter for someone that was a private sector appraiser, or would they just have to start over?
It depends on the standards of the individual agency. For us, we do have people who apply for jobs in our office who have experience as a private industry appraiser, but we put them through the same exact training as though that they have no experience.
Yeah, okay. All right.
They have to learn our systems. They have to learn how we do things. One thing I did neglect to say during my presentation, though, is that this program that we're creating, right now all of our appraisers, trainees are going through these programs online. So this is the programs we're establishing are eventually probably programs that could be accessed by other counties.
Wonderful. That's great. And I think if we can look at the model in terms of opportunities through the community college system, each of us in our districts could have this curriculum taught that would help provide more staffing for county assessors and maybe even the BOE. So, yeah, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Members, yes, Deputy Chiller, go ahead.
Thank you, Assessor Prang, Assessor DeVille. Appreciate your time and coming on to this forum to address these issues. Recruitment and retention, training and continuing education, and compensation are issues which continue to dominate conversations regarding property tax administration needs. This is true at the BOE and also at local county assessors' offices. These items were first brought to light at the California Assessors Association Conference and at the BOE's San Diego hearing on modernizing the property tax system, as well as meeting with county assessors in their offices. The BOE has a role in providing training and continuing education. County assessors have requested that there needs to be more training available and noted the need to review. We embarked upon this work by creating a workforce planning work group that the chairman has noted, focused on the following items: conducting a staff classification analysis and compensation survey of those positions most impacted by recruitment, retention, and retirement challenges, developing a robust training and professional development program, creating a role for board members to engage with the legislator, colleges, universities, and others to develop strategies to ensure California's property tax systems remain a priority with commitments to invest in its workforce. Fast forward to 2023, the Second District assessors believe there's still a need to continue this work and develop a comprehensive training initiative. Second District assessors also pointed out the need to review minimum qualifications for appraisers set by the BOE and determine whether alternative options should exist for meeting the minimum qualifications. I passed out this memorandum to the board members and to the executive director, which includes a charge document, and this charge document clearly delineated the workforce development challenges expressed by our stakeholders. At our September 2019 information hearing on modernization in California property tax systems, these same issues and challenges were further confirmed at our property tax workforce planning work group meeting in September of 2020. So prior to reconvening the work group, I strongly encourage us to consider directing the executive director to conduct the survey referenced in the charge document. By doing so, it will provide the foundational information needed to complete the important work the board set out to accomplish in this area. And that survey will include reviewing and examining information and data from local county assessors, on their workforce capacity needs. I'm asking for data on the following items: recruitment needs in local county assessor's offices for entry-level, mid-level, and senior staff. Retention numbers, for example, the number of staff who have retired or left the offices for the private sector. Compensation information focusing on entry-level, mid-level, and senior staff, especially appraisers, to address the following. Number one, compensation for those most likely to be recruited as new employees. Compensation for mid-career professionals most likely to be recruited to other governmental offices or the private sector. Number three, compensation for staff within 5 years of discretionary retirement age. Office training and program needs, including initial training and continuing education for professionals working on appraisals. Budgetary constraints which impact addressing identified workforce challenges. Existing backlogs in appraisal, changes in ownership, or assessment appeals, and the number of staff required to reduce or eliminate these backlogs, and innovative strategies being employed to proactively address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
May I speak from the agency's perspective?
Yes, I'd love to hear it.
Okay. First of all, Assessor, your issues are our issues. Recruitment, retention, training. We've done an excellent job in filling our vacancies, but we're now at the point where we're training them and we're getting them up to speed. And it is about a year plan. We can hire more and more appraisers, and Mr. Young will tell me that I can't take anymore. I need to develop what I have first. So it takes time. With respect to compensation, unfortunately, we can't speak to your budget, but I can talk about the state. And good news, bad news. We are having a downturn. And what that means for state employers is that people like fee appraisers will be looking for work because they want more stability. So we're seeing an increase in people wanting to come work for the state. So that's the good news, bad news. Good news, can we get them all trained? I don't know. Can we keep them in 5 years? We certainly hope so. We are doing a study, because we talked about this, I believe it was in 2019 or 2020, when Prop 15 was pending. So everybody realized that we needed to increase our workforce and grow our own. And although the work group stopped, we at an agency, we continued. So we have done things like we have increased our recruitment. We spend a lot of time at the college campuses, whether they're the junior colleges or the four-year. And we're letting people know, those with degrees in economics, those with degrees with accounting, those with degrees in English. We let them know what a great opportunity they can have by coming over to the BOE. And we will take them on and we will train them in the appraisal field. We try to have more of courses done through the community colleges, but unfortunately, the community colleges are telling us this is just not a field where people want to pursue. We can do all we can. Trust me, I tried. I told a lot of young people, don't get your broker's license, do appraisal instead. But they go a different direction. So we are working, and we have made a lot of progress. I just want to make that clear. We fill our vacancies. We have a succession plan. We do partner with our community colleges and our state colleges. We are doing a classification study because, and for us as an agency, we have a problem with our salaries and our different positions. So we're still, and that study should be done really, really soon. And we have increased the number of courses that we teach, which we are mandated to do, that we provide to the assessors and our staff. As you guys know, we now have 30. That's a major increase. And then as far as the charging document, Deputy Controller, we tried this survey during the work group. And it's really up to the assessors to respond to some of those questions because it's a volunteer survey. And when we did that survey, we get very little participation. So I don't know how useful it would be to ask them again, but if that's the desire of the board, we will. But I would think that we might just want to reconvene the work group and and start fresh, get a better understanding of where everybody is at and the needs of everyone, and go from there. And besides, we got 12 new assessors.
Yes.
And a new member.
Yeah, that was going to be my motion. Well, I'm sorry, go ahead, Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you, Chair. And in the conversations with the community colleges, that would also be my first impulse, because I think that they have the ability to reach out to a lot of audience who are career-oriented, and they're looking for what the pathways and the opportunities are. But would you also be looking at other partnership opportunities? I know that many people are going to the online educational resources that are out there, and I know that the community colleges are kind of charged with doing everything for everyone all the time for as long as it takes, but I'm wondering if there are other partnership opportunities that could be fruitful as well.
That's a good question, ma'am, and probably so. There's a lot of online training, a lot of online vocational training, new career. You can already have a degree in something, but you want to try something different. So yeah, online is an excellent way of looking at it, to expand our outreach.
Well, I just think that this is a critically important issue, and getting that supply in is a huge challenge. So whatever ways we can make that happen and amplify that from where we are, and I commend the controller for all of her efforts over the past couple of years to get this started, and it sounds like it really got interrupted along with everything else by COVID. And the chair and Mr. Gaines for bringing this back up to us. I do think it's really critically important for the urban counties, as Mr. Prang represents. I think the issue is oftentimes the cost of housing for people who are getting into the career, and then for the rural counties, it's really how to train individuals that are already there, or people who can see themselves living there. And but I think the supply issue is critically important.
Thank you. And I was just looking over, and I think you just hit it on the nail, Ms. Stowers. I think it's probably appropriate to, if there's the appetite, and it sounds like there is, maybe to move this and to let's reconvene the group, because there's been, I think you said 12 new assessors statewide, and then we have a new member plus our new deputy controller here working with us, and kind of let's reassess the position and take a look at what's been going on. I know with my assessor, Jeff Prang, and then Member Gaines reminded me that he also had a pilot, I believe, is in one of the community colleges in your district, right?
Well, we were talking to them. I
We
know
were
you were
talking
talking to the chancellor of community colleges, so my hope would be that we could fire that discussion up and
Bring it
talk
back.
to each member and see if we can identify a community college within our districts that would then kind of be the next step for implementation statewide.
So let me take a stab at this. Let's see.
I,
I'm sorry, Controller.
Chairman,
Yes,
thank you.
go ahead,
I just wanted to respond to your comments about the survey. The controller or our office never received any copy of a survey, even if there was minimal returns. I do believe that collecting information and data points would be beneficial to this board and the controller's office in collecting data and having a best approach rather than just jumping into it head first. I do understand that the work group was paused by the pandemic and the split role that came about. But it would be best to release that survey, have this participation. The controllers are willing to work with the California Assessors Association. This information is critical to collect that data and then reconvene that work group at the appropriate time.
Well, thank you, sir. The survey was presented to the entire board verbally when the assessors reported out on those questions. They came before this body. So I can pull up the minutes if you like, but they did report out individually on those data points. But with that being said, seems like everyone would like to reconvene the work group, which I think is the best approach. And I'll remind you of your work group charter, which I've been up here all day. Mr. Nanjo, if you could kind of walk us through the work group charter and what it takes to start again?
Thank you, Executive Director Stowers. So again, reminding the board members, and I'm doing this from memory, so please give me a little bit of flexibility here, but essentially the work group charter requires that a charter be produced as to what the goals of the work group are. Thank you. There we go. So again, to produce a charter that basically describes what its duties are, what it's charged to do, and the work group policy also will set forth policies to make sure that the work group structure is consistent with the board's constitutional and statutory responsibilities, guide the board in establishing the work group, identify a chair for the work group, and who will participate in the work group, whether it's one or two members or the full board. In addition, the board member will or chair will state the specific purpose, who will serve on the work group, as I said, and then once approved by the board, each board member will serve as a full member and participant of the work group. The work group chair and co-chair shall perform these duties only to conduct and carry out the assigned purpose of the work group, and shall not interfere or assume the role of the board chair or vice chair. The work group chair and co-chair shall establish the work group meeting plan, agenda, supporting materials, and the list of and invitations to those invited or scheduled presenters and participants, the location and facility, and also be in charge of preparing the meeting minutes. The chair of the board or designated team member will review the meeting plan for the the chair of the board and the executive director or designated team member will review the meeting plan for legal and technical purposes and transmit it to board proceedings as appropriate. The work group chair and co-chair are responsible for conducting the work group meeting and drafting the work group reports so that the information is available to the full board and to the public at a regularly date-specific board meeting. There are also notice requirements for the work group meeting that essentially it will comply with the public agenda notice and Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act. And again, this information is found in the board's governance policy. This was added in item H. I think actually it was you, Chair Vasquez, who added in this section, which is the board work group policy and charter.
But I think.
But aren't we just continuing this work group, right? We already have it going, no?
Well, semantics. We did stop the work group, but I do believe that the memo that you have attached to the PAN is sufficient because you lay out the purpose of the group.
I was hoping we could just.
So that being said, I think you laid out the purpose of the group. If you're saying you're just going to reconvene, are you saying that yourself and Member Gaines will be the co-chairs?
So along those lines, if you're reconvening the work group, that's fine. Those things have been completed. You would still need a work group meeting plan, agenda, supporting material, list of invitations, those things. So those are the kind of items moving forward. Also, list of available dates and what have you. And as the board may remember, the original concept of the work group is the board work group is primarily handling it using the board members' own staff.
Yes.
So.
So I'm comfortable, and I'm
Yes.
seeing nods from my member Gaines, just to continue what we started, and maybe we just get together with our executive director in terms of the scheduling, because I don't know if it's something we could do, like in March or April. It might have to be out, we might be looking at maybe more of an April, adding a date to our meeting, right?
I
Because March
think
looks like it's already impacted.
March is pretty busy. I would probably say April or May. I think one of the first steps that
Just add a day.
we need to speak with the assessors, because I'm assuming you want
Yes.
representation on this work group. You want them to come and speak. So I think that's the first step is to get an idea with the assessors in your district. And I believe you had that in your memo.
We did.
To have a discussion with your assessors on their availability. I would gladly reach out to the president of the CAA. She's not here today, but they are listening and get an idea of what their thoughts on it.
So let me take a stab at it. What if I move that we approve this proposal, basically, to reconvene our workforce planning group, and I had originally listed March. Maybe I'll say April now, probably be more realistic.
For the second day of the April board meeting?
Second day of the April meeting. Second day of the.
Chairman, can I make
second
a
it.
comment before the motion moves, please?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm all for the work group. I do believe, however, there needs to be more outreach and data input as we reconvene. And I'll be looking forward to working with the chairman and the executive director to kind of get that data and outreach going, so we can really, this time around, be able to fully implement this work group and get the most out of it. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Okay. And I got a second here from Member Gaines. So do we need to go out to
The
AT&T?
AT&T moderator, yes. We have no one in the audience who wanted to make a comment, and we have nothing in writing. AT&T moderator, can you please tell us if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Ladies and gentlemen on the phone, to comment by phone, please press 10 at this time on your phone's keypad. And we have no respondents in queue.
Thank you. I'm going to call the roll.
Yes,
Chair
please.
Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
Thank you. And with that, I think that concludes this. And I guess I don't see my assessor Prank, so it looks like he lost connection here.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Yes, thank you, John
Coming
DeVille.
out.
Appreciate your,
Sharing your thoughts.
appreciate your
And
support.
looking forward to
Thank
working
you.
with you
Got
on
one
this.
Definitely.
Ready for the
Ms.
next
Cicchetti,
item?
let's go on to the next
Let's go on, yep. The next item is L2, Board Member Initiatives. Item L2C, Proposal to Reconvene Property Tax Abatement Board Work Group on Affordable Housing. Develop a schedule for continuing the Property Tax Abatement Board Work Group, specifically to drill down with county assessors, city and county housing agencies, and stakeholders to identify gaps and develop recommendations for practical ways to streamline the welfare exemption processes, both at the state and local levels, as a means of accelerating critically needed low-income housing.
Thank you. Members, this proposal is to continue the property tax abatement work group hearings, tentatively starting on March 24, 2023, but if not, then in April 25th. to invite speakers and develop recommendations specifically on streamlining the BOE and the county assessor's welfare exemption approval process for low-income housing. This is not designed to overstep the issues that will be addressed in the future work group report when the Deputy Controller informs us that the report is ready for distribution and discussion. We will also schedule a hearing for that purpose. I am proposing now to schedule a work group hearing specifically to address streamlining efforts of BOE and the county assessors. The Property Tax Department, under Mr. Young's direction, developed a streamlining plan for the BOE, and much has been done. I think now is the time to collaborate closely with the assessors, our co-administrators, as well as our property owners, who often misunderstand the law and the required steps. One testimony after another during the July, August, and September hearings, including testimony from past mayor of Los Angeles, Mr. Garcetti, and speakers from New York City, emphasize that the exemption is a critical factor that makes this project financially feasible, and that streamlining our processes for all is the best thing we could do to incentivize low-income housing projects. The new mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, in her directive of the December 12, 2022, is taking aggressive steps to accelerate the lower the cost of building affordable housing and shelters by requiring city departments to cease processing bottlenecks and complete all reviews within 60 days, with the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors partnering in this joint effort. Many legislators are also concerned about the application of welfare and low-income housing property, with 7 to 9 of the 13 property tax bills related to it. Before Ms. Cicchetti introduces our next speaker to discuss the need for streamlining approvals for low-income housing, I would like to ask our Deputy Controller, who's sitting next to me here, if he would like to add add any comments that maybe our Controller might have shared with them.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, for the presentation and your proposed action. However, I am recommending that Controller Cohen continue to lead this work in partnership with you. As you are aware, Controller Cohen indicated at the last board meeting, when she addressed this board, that she believes she remains committed to continuing the property tax abatement work group convenings that she initiated. Chairman, I believe she also did have this discussion with you personally. In fact, as previously reported to the board, and I recently discussed with your team, it is her intention to convene the next property tax abatement work group meeting in March or April of 2023. At that time, we will release the report, as discussed, with your team that is more than appropriate to follow up on the recommendations highlighted in the report, specifically the recommendation of Los Angeles outgoing Mayor Mary Garcetti, and the many others during the property tax abatement work group meetings related to streamlining welfare exemption process. The Controller believes it is a perfect time to receive an update from the agency on the impact of the process improvement process engaged it by the agency on their welfare exemption process. If you recall, Controller Cohen joined you in asking the agency to review their current process with the intent to streamline the time frame for which exemptions are completed. Respectfully, Chair Vasquez and members on this board, I believe it is only appropriate to support Controller Cohen's continued leadership in this area. And to the chairman, we will continue to work with your office. In fact, I reached out to your team and calendared a standing meeting on this issue through June of 2023. And it is a request of the Controller, and I would appreciate seeing this through. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, is Jeff Pranks still on the line?
He is no longer on the line at this time, no? He has
Okay.
left the team's call.
Because I see he wanted to weigh in on this, but if he's no longer on it, and it sounds
came
like,
back.
I'm sorry,
She's going to try to get him back.
I was hearing some back. Oh, is he back?
She's calling him.
I'm trying
Oh,
to,
okay.
I'm asking the my staff who is monitoring the webpage.
May I say something?
He has not returned.
Yes, go ahead while we're waiting.
Okay.
Ms.
With respect to the welfare exemption and
Yes.
the part that we administer, Mr. Amaron is absolutely right. We did improve that process. It took us a year and a half. We reported it out on a monthly basis, and we looked at the application, the claims, and the forms, our website, our instructions, and it resulted in improvement of having that, our part of the job done by 300%. And I'm sorry, all the notes I had with me today, that I don't have in front of me. But you may recall, it was that last time we reported, it was in October of 2022, when Ms. Lumsden was here. And she said, this is, we've done all that we can at this time. And it was substantial. So I just wanted to make that clear, that we did spend a lot of time on that. But, you know, we can only approve the organization. It's the assessor that approves the use of the property.
Thank you. Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment because I know as a board member, that was an issue that seemed to come up on a fairly consistent basis with constituents who are trying to get welfare exemption applications processed. And you had been giving us monthly updates, and I know that changes have been made, and maybe we need a little more time to reflect on that and see if it's working. I don't think I've had a complaint since the changes were made. So that's encouraging.
Good news.
But I think that's something we need to keep an eye on. So, thank you.
I think we even changed our, or we're having a fact sheet is pending at your request, Chair Vasquez.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And while we're waiting for my controller, I think Vice Chair Lieber, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I am eager to see the report from the controller and to harvest her good work that comes in through that process. And I'd really like to see this body also continue with a work group within the BOE on a going forward basis. And so I wonder if to allow the time for her work to come out and be amplified, and for the other data points that are out there to come in, I wonder if it might be better to have the work group be, say, in June, to get the full benefit of that work that's already been started and done.
Can I respond, Chairman?
Sure, go ahead, Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Member Lieber. I'm in agreement with you. This work group took months and months to plan, alongside the work group actually being months and months of taking place. The report itself is very comprehensive. It has a very detailed recommendations and outlines of every stakeholder that participated and is taken into account. I'm looking forward to releasing that report and working with the chairman's office in getting this done. In regards to the welfare exemption process, I understand that you, Executive Director, have said that you've tried everything you can. It is still imperative to give us updates, and this body updates on this process and what it looks like moving forward. Thank you.
We did update you guys. We update you monthly on the process. Monthly. I don't want to be defiant, but monthly they came up here and they gave an update on that project, and then reported out that it was now completed, and went over each and every step that team did.
Oh, through the chair, if I could?
Yes.
Just because
Member Gaines, go
I
ahead.
think you're talking about moving forward. That's the way I interpreted that. Monthly updates from this date forward, is that what you're asking for?
You want a monthly update? You want us to tell you how many welfare exemptions we approved on a monthly basis?
What I want, and this body, when we were hearing the testimony from, for example, Los Angeles Mayor, outgoing Mayor Garcetti and others, they were talking about the streamlined process and needing guidance on, statewide guidance to each county assessor on how to better streamline that welfare exemption process. So it continues to be a work in progress. And I'm not going to tell you if you want to do it every month or not, but it's just something that this board should be continually updated on. It's something that we do as a priority, and it's something that remains a high-level priority to the Board of Equalization, especially when you're trying to address the affordable housing crisis we're facing here in California.
I get that. I think there might be some misunderstanding
I
on
think
how
that's
the
what it
welfare
is.
exemption process works. So if you want us to come back and provide additional overview education on welfare exemption, we'll gladly do it for you. But I think I know we've done it, and I know we made improvements into our process.
Oh, yeah, I would-
And I know that
I agree.
we're getting our work
Yeah.
done. Now, what happens on the back end, I can't speak to the assessors, but I don't think the assessors are telling us that they need instructions on how to determine if a piece of property qualifies for the welfare exemption.
Yeah, from my perspective, I just want to make sure that we're fulfilling our role as the BOE, because we don't control the assessors in that process, right? But I want to make sure
you're
we're
right.
getting our job done, and there's not a bottleneck in terms of moving an
Absolutely.
application
Yeah,
through.
Absolutely. I
with
will
the
make sure
BOE.
that we're not the cause of the delay.
That's correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that's something I know we're not the cause, because that's something that's always on the surveys, with the assessment surveys that we do. If a assessor gives out the exemption and they haven't gotten the clearance from us first, that's a ding on their report. So.
Yeah, and that, through the chair, I'm sorry, but it could be that we get a call from a constituent, we have the BOE follow up on it, and there's a hiccup at the county.
Yes, absolutely. There's a hiccup on the county side.
So we need to make sure we differentiate between those.
And we do
Yeah.
help them when they call.
Yeah.
We say, well, what's missing on the county side? And the county will say,
Right.
whatever the reason why.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we're perfect, but on our side, we made our improvements. And we will continue to make improvements.
Right, thank you.
And I see our legal attorney here wanted to weigh in here. Go ahead, Mr. Nenja.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. If I can maybe assist a little bit in clarifying, Deputy Controller Emron, I think there might be a little bit of confusion because as Executive Director Stowers explained, there are two parts to the welfare exemption process. One is the part that BOE does, and the other part is the county's part that the assessor's office works with. We've made all the improvements that we can on our side of the fence. To the extent that there are challenges on the county side, that's where the board members can reach out to their county assessors and find out if there is something that we can do to assist them. But it is challenging and I think that was Executive Director Stowers, yes, former Deputy Controller, current Executive Director Stowers' point is that process, although we'd be glad to assist the assessors or the counties, is really a county process. So that's something they have to work through. I mean, in an overly simplified manner, they could try to do the same effort that we, the BOE, did to try to improve the process, but it's not like we can help them because their process is a different issue than what we do. It's two sides of the same coin, if we will.
Thank you, Mr. Nanjo, for trying to clear this up. Simply just asking for a report out. I do believe that the Board of Equalization, with this streamlined process regarding the welfare exemption, is one of the most significant actions we can take to solve this housing crisis here in California. I believe it's 2.53 million homes by 2030, which we're far behind. So anything that we can do as this agency and on this board to get more information to the public and to our assessors and taxpayers would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think to the extent that Controller Cohen and the board members can reach out to the assessors and assist us in finding out if there's anything more we can do to assist them, that would be very helpful to us as well. Thank you.
Vice Chair, I think I saw a hand up here.
Thank you. I'll wade into this.
Why not?
Why not? So, it seems like if we revisited this, this in June, and it would be fortuitous to continue the property tax abatement work group, we could hear the report that the state controller has put the effort into preparing. And then perhaps we could also hear from others who are affordable housing providers about if they see certain legislative fixes that are needed to be able to facilitate this, because it really sounds like as an agency, the work has been done here to get the process, on track and to be benefiting the cause overall. But I wonder if that might be a way to do it, is to continue the work group and to have an item, say tentatively in June, to hear the results of the controller's work and to go forward from there.
I was going to suggest that, and this way it'll give me an opportunity to circle back with our deputy controller as well as the controller between now and then as well.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Could I
Not a
just
problem.
weigh in through the chair?
Yes. Go ahead, Member Gaines.
Yeah, I really appreciate Member Lieber's suggestions and agree with them. And I think to the degree that they can be focused on the fix, how do we fix it, whether that's regulatory or legislatively, but we need to pinpoint that and then to address it and see if we can solve it. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll hold off on that until, looks like no earlier than June at this point. Because it sounds that's the time they're going to need for the report to be finalized. Is that correct, Deputy Controller?
Correct. The original goal is the first quarter of 2023. So I promise it's near completion. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Vice Chair Shaver, go ahead, Vice Chair.
do we need a motion to continue the
I believe we do.
work group and to tentatively bring back an item in June?
It sounds like you have one in your.
I'll move that.
Second,
It's been
please.
moved and second. Mr. Kenny, do we need to go out to AT&T?
Yes, we do. I have no one inside the auditorium who wants to make a public comment. I have nothing in writing as well on this item. I'm going to go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item.
All right, for people on the phone lines, if you wish to make a comment, please press 1, then 0. An operator will gather your name and give you further instructions. Again, for people on the phone lines, it's 1, then 0 at this time. And no one from the phone lines has queued up. Please go ahead.
Thank you. With that, let's go ahead and get a roll call.
Well,
Vote on this.
before we go forward, I just found out there is someone in the,
Oh, there is somebody?
Mr. Parrish has come
Oh,
forward.
yes.
Is
Come
this-
on up. I
is
know
this
he's
the
been
item?
patiently waiting here.
I didn't want to burn up my other time on my other issue, but I wanted to talk to this specifically to show you my observations.
Welcome,
Before
welcome.
we go
Introduce
forward-
yourself, because
Clark
everybody
Parrish,
knows you as
Orange
the
County
famous
Assessor.
assessor.
Can I go, before we go forward, making a public comment in the auditorium, you're limited to 3 minutes.
That's right.
I just wanted to make
I'll
sure.
I'll do it very fast.
It's okay.
The
No.
problem as I see it is that what happens is that the developers, they hire an attorney to help them. And so the attorneys, unfortunately, like to run the clock. Nobody wants to hear this, but it's God's honest truth. In my office, I'm concerned about people that are stressed, and I take calls from the public, even people that call me a gangster and a communist and whatever. I take calls from everybody, and what I hear is they're frustrated. So what I have done to solve the problem, well, first I'll tell you, I used to be an executive of ABC. I own my own business. I was American City. I've been an assessor for 8 years, and I've asked employees, what is it that motivates you? You'll never guess what the answer is. More money. So what I do is I pay them overtime, which is 50% more to get these things done. As you know, I finish the role every time ahead of time. I've never asked for an extension ever. And I used to have 300 employees when I took over, and now I have, 256? So I pay overtime because employees are motivated by getting some money. So that's what you got to do to cure the problem. And the attorneys are causing the most problem by running the clock. That's my, and by the way, I love the executive director and her efforts, and she's done a tremendous job to speed things up. That's for darn sure. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
I understand
Oh, we
that.
have
I
what,
have
another?
yes, another speaker. Yes. You could, yes. Can you please?
Come on up.
Doesn't matter.
I think they're all live.
Oh, didn't look
No,
like
no,
it.
no,
No,
that's
no,
not live.
these
You gotta
ones
sit
sitting down, yeah.
Mhm.
That's the camera.
That's the camera. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Vasquez, thank you for receiving me as a public, and congratulations all on your new elections and your new term at the Board of Equalization. Appreciate it very much.
Identify yourself, please.
This is Paul Ballard this is Paul Ballard here, live in Sacramento, and I've spoken here 2 or 3 times on a particular issue out of Orange County and some other, the assessor's office regarding myself as a trustee, APN numbers, the loss of our parents' home, the transfer of the home. But the first thing I wanted to say is I heard you guys in discussion talk that you were going to potentially have the public comments at the beginning versus the end. And as a public person, both, that would be so much better for myself as a public, because then we could plan our days, freeing up then your days to end your sessions when you need to versus everybody sitting around. So I think it would be a very wise thing to do if you guys could agree on doing some kind of a change like that internally. The other aspect regarding my particular situation and the one affecting tens of thousands of people in Orange County and potentially hundreds of thousands of non-deed held properties in the state of California, I've been trying to work here now with Mike Schaefer's staff with a letter of request to the Orange County Assessor's Office, and that's where I'm at right now, is to come up with a letter asking for some certain documentation and clarification on instructions of publication of APNs. If you recall, one of the aspects is when I went down to actually pay taxes at the tax collector's office, you cannot, because they don't have the APN on this particular type of stock-held home, is not available through the tax collector's office. And there's other aspects involved, and I know we're all busy, and I want to let you go, but I wanted to be able to come up here and say my piece. But I appreciate Mr. Schaefer and getting to work with his staff on this particular issue. It's very important for seniors and their heirs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Keddy, I think we have that motion. We
I
probably
do.
should
I
vote on
see
it
we have the
before,
motion.
because
We
it looks
have
like we're
no-
moving into public comment here.
All right. So we have no one else in the audience. We've already gone to the AT&T moderator, and I have nothing in writing. So I'm going to call the roll.
Please.
Chair Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
So that's unanimous. Now, Mr. Keddy, please call the next item.
The next item on our agenda is item N, public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the State Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item on the agenda. Please note that the board cannot take action on items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. When giving your public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. The clerk will notify the chairman when the time has expired. So first, what we do, our standard is we go to anyone who is in the audience. So we are going to take Mr. Parrish first as a presenter.
Welcome back, Assessor Parrish.
Well, I want to thank you for your time, Honorable Chairman and members. I'm here again to give you an update on the possessory interest and the process that's happening. So I will try to be brief because I have a limited time. So I wanted to go over the latest information, and I will present you with the data. But I've done an analysis here. So on the 10 JP Joint Powers projects that we have in Orange County. As we have parallel, Waterford, we want to let you know that the gross rent was $9,657,000. Also, the bond payments, which is their mortgage, as it were, is $7,046,000. And of course, the free cash flow that they have on this particular project is $2,610,843. And we put in the possessory interest that we've sent them the bill, which they have not yet paid. The assessor, after the possessory interest tax, they're still making a profit of $1,464,000. I will do with the next one, Waterford Cameo Garrison. That starts out with 99% occupancy, gross rents of $9,204,000, payment on the bonds of $6,396,000. The free cash flow is $4,896,000, and if they pay their possessory interest, they would still have a profit of $3,658,000. Jefferson Waterford is 99% full. Gross rents are $9,204,000. The payment on the bonds is $6,573,000. The free cash flow is $4,896,000, and the profit after paying their possessory interest, if they do it, which we're certain they will, $3,658,000. I could go through the whole thing, but my time is limited. I will give you an analysis of this. There is one property, of the 10, there's only one property that has a loss, and that's the Center City and the Manat. It's 98% full, but they had an operating loss of $644,000. And if they paid their taxes, they would have a loss of $1,494,000. All of the others are positive, like Elaine, which is a Catalyst property, that would have a free cash flow of $2.369 million. Allure would have 3.6, instead of 2, it's 3,639,000. Breakwater, which is a Catalyst property, $3,415,000, and the mix, $259,000 with this.
Time has expired.
Thank you. So they're doing fine, and I would ask you to oppose Senate Bill 320 if you can, not to erode the constitutional possessory interest that we are allowed to assess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Could I get a clarification from Mr. Parrish?
We have a question for you, Mr. Parrish.
So, number one, can you give me the bill number again?
Oh, yes, 320. Now, what
Okay.
320
All right.
says, they say, I'm glad you give me a little time to talk about 320, because 320 says that that the assessors shall not assess the tenants in the project. Originally, it tried to wipe out the possessory interest in the whole project, but now they're saying, well, they just want to protect the tenants. And we would never go after the tenants for such a small amount of possessory interest, because a tenant might live 2 or 3 months in an apartment complex. They may live 5 months. They may have a term of 10 months. They may have 12 months, 18 months, maybe as long as 24 months. Our minimum bill is $10,000 of value.
Okay. You're in opposition to that.
Member Gaines?
I'm in opposing it, yeah. I'm
Okay.
opposition to 320 because, first of all, nobody would ever do it. Our bill is like, other counties have more minimum bills.
I'm
because-
sorry, Chairman Vasquez, all due respect, Assessor
Sure.
Parrish, apologies, but this is matters not on the agenda. It's not
Oh,
appropriate
sure,
to have an
yeah, well, I was
extended
just asking a
discussion.
question, okay.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
really not appropriate to ask questions, so if I can
Okay.
ask the
Well,
board members
wait,
to,
Wait a second. You gave us a review earlier today on bills that are moving through the legislature that impact the BOE, Senate Bill 320 by Skinner. So I don't know why it wouldn't be appropriate for me to ask the assessor's point of view on that bill.
because we've already passed that issue, we are on N, public comment on matters not on the agenda. So on these items, it is not appropriate to have discussion.
I don't understand that, but, I will stop talking at this point. Thank you.
I would invite you to contact Assessor Parrish separately, since
Okay.
his address and contact information are well known.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I move we take it out of order.
The matter's already been done. You would have to recall the matter if you were interested in bringing that up. But again, that was a report on legislation. I would also remind you that Ms. Renati reported that we are working on our legislative analysis, and once you
Actually, I
have
requested
received
the
that might
analysis,
be
so
a
it
good
should
time
come
to
back
have that
us.
discussion.
Yeah. And then at that point, we should get into a deeper dive. But thank you for bringing that up.
I'm happy to come and visit you again. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You know, I must say, off the record, I enjoy so much. I came here early. It reminded me of my 8 years on the state board. I just enjoyed watching you and reminiscing about how much I love being a State Board of Equalization member. Even at a cut in pay, I would be happy to be back on the board, but I'm terminally ill. And I
appreciate
I
that.
love what you do. You've got some wonderful people here, especially the executive director has done so much work. And it's a great honor to just be here. In fact, I feel like I should come here every month.
We need you to go talk to the legislators.
Yes. Yeah, and you know, the bill, we should be reunited with our former authority on the sales tax. That's really your forte. It was wonderful. I would drive up 2 or 3 times every month, smoking a cigar, thinking about the cases. I really enjoyed what I did, and I can't tell you how much I enjoy just sitting here. I'm going to be here more often if you don't mind it.
You do.
Thank you. Thank you all. You're all wonderful, every one of you.
All righty.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. The next person we have who've completed a public comment appearance sheet is Michael Hanna.
Thank you for your time. I am with the Orange County Assessor Department, and I just have a quick comment on joint power authorities that are being created with cities. The joint power authorities are being created by for-profit real estate developers in conjunction with various cities across the state. These entities provide very little public benefit, yet create bureaucracies that heavily benefit the for-profit developers who create and run them. The cities who have a voice in this process lose only 12% of the property tax revenue from these creations. The other 88% entities that do not have a voice in this process include the state of California in the form of backfill to the schools, first responders, counties, and special districts. The real estate developers that control the JPAs make millions of dollars in upfront fees. They also get administrative fees and millions of dollars in private bonds. In Orange County alone, we estimate that the administrators of the 10 projects will receive fees and bonds of approximately $138 million. They are taking current housing off the market with no new inventory created. This does nothing to alleviate any housing shortage. If anything, it exacerbates it by removing current housing available to certain people. The modest discounts given on rents do not justify the millions of dollars in property tax revenues lost. There is no oversight that would ensure the real estate developers rent to low-income residents, and since covering bond debt is the first priority, large-scale low-income rentals will likely never be achieved. Our office has carefully reviewed the applicable property tax laws and determined that the real estate developer administrators have long-term taxable possessory interest on these properties, and we are assessing them accordingly. We hope for your support in these complex issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cicchetti, who's next?
Next on our agenda today is Gary Hunter, AVP Tax, AT&T.
Welcome.
Afternoon. Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board, my name is Gary Hunter, and I'm an Assistant Vice President of Tax for AT&T. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about an important matter affecting state-assessed utilities and the ratepayers statewide. Due to a flaw in the law, utilities are being taxed at a property tax rate much higher than the rate on similarly situated locally assessed property. We know a few things for sure. This problem exists in 46 of the 58 counties. The rate discrimination against utilities is getting worse with no signs of reversing. If you refer to this chart here on the right, it shows the countywide average tax rate in Santa Clara County compared to the utility tax rate through time. Today, state-assessed property is being taxed at over double the rate applied to other property. Roughly 80% of the excess property taxes being paid because of the rate discrimination falls on rate-regulated utilities that will recover those taxes from the ratepayers. As the second chart shows, today this amounts to nearly $500 million annually. Moreover, in 6 short years, the total excess taxes on state-assessed utilities is expected to climb $1.5 billion annually. This is a heavy and unnecessary burden for ratepayers already struggling to make ends meet. We know fixing the problem does not come at the expense of local government. This issue does not involve the portion of the 1% tax rate, nor does it involve property taxes used for the day-to-day operations of schools. The current rate discrimination violates the state constitution, which entitles us to the same tax rate as locally assessed property. No more, no less. AT&T's position is the same as your board's interpretation of this constitution for almost 40 years. AT&T is asking for the board's help to resolve the situation. The board administers the property tax systems, and the board's expertise is recognized and expected by policymakers. The absence of the board's involvement could be perceived as agreeing to the status quo, a result most unfair to the utilities and the customers they serve. We ask for the board's help in bringing this issue forward so it may be resolved once and for all. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today, and I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chiquetti.
All righty. So we've done the,
Anybody,
Yeah.
is that everybody on the public?
we're going to go to the AT&T moderator. I have
go
no
ahead.
written comments. AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment at this time?
All right, again, from the phone lines, if you wish to make a comment, it's 1, then 0 on your touch-tone phone. An operator will take your name and give you further instructions. Again, from the phone lines, it's 1, then 0 to make a public comment. And no one has queued up in the phone line at this time. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The next item, are we ready? The
Go ahead,
next
I'm sorry.
item on the agenda is closed session. The board will recess and go into closed session to discuss pending litigation matters. County of Santa Clara versus Santa Clara Superior Court, AT&T Mobility LLC et al., real parties of interest, 6th District Court of Appeal, underlying case AT&T Mobility LLC et al. Versus County of Santa Clara et al., Santa Clara County Superior Court.
So we'll go ahead and take a recess,
We're
and then
going
we'll
to
come,
recess, that's correct.
recess, and then we'll come back and then
After
close
close.
out the meeting, because I know there's some adjournments, and we'll just save those until the end.
To the end, that's correct.
All right, so we don't have an estimated time on this thing, do we?
On your closed session, estimated time, I believe, is 30 minutes.
Okay, so it's 3:48, so, well, hopefully we'll be back before
Before
then.
that, yes. Okay.
We'll see. Okay, we'll take a recess,
Recess.
at 3:48.
There you go. So you all could go to the draw number.
reconvene so we can
Oh.
adjourn?
Mhm. Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and reconvene. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would just,
Okay, yes, my understanding is the board members have met in closed session and discussed litigation matters, and no action was taken. So the next item on the agenda is the last item for the day, closing remarks.
yes, I would just like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Bishop David O'Connell, who was killed actually at his home on Saturday. He was a native of County Cork, Ireland, who spent most of his 4 decades as a priest ministering in L.A. inner city. Following his ordination in the Archdiocese of Los Angeles in 1979, he served as associate pastor, then a pastor in several parishes in South L.A. He administered the communities dealing with gang violence, poverty, and worked to restore trust between residents and law enforcement in the wake of the '92 uprising in L.A. Working with immigrants was also a top priority for Bishop O'Connell, and he served as chairman of the Southern California Immigration Task Force, which helped coordinate the local church's response to the recent influx of migrants from Central America. Bishop O'Connell has been lauded as someone who walked among the people, reaching out not only to immigrants, but to gang members and homelessness and transients and others in need. He was known as a low-key priest with a down-to-earth demeanor who seemed most at ease with working people. He served so many years in South L.A. We all agree we will now adjourn this board meeting in his honor. And if there's no other adjournments, I would say we stand adjourned at 4:14. Our next meeting will be Tuesday, March the 21st, up here in Sacramento.
That's correct.
Thank you, and safe travels, everybody.
Yes, safe travels.